Welcome back to Worlds of Prothika audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Prothika, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Prothika's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothikan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprothika.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning.
Chapter 1. Vhala. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprothika.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Prothika are waiting for you.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
I can't remember either of their names, and at this point it's much too impolite to ask. I'm sure they told me when we entered the bedchambers at some point. But between their insatiable lust for me and my eagerness to get them both spread out onto the bed, all was quickly lost in the fray of stripped clothes and wet mouths. Though, it isn't as if we haven't been having fun. Human females are always a treat to roll around in the sheets with. They are soft and squishy to hold, much different than bedding a female orc is. I don't prefer my own species and always gravitate more towards humans anyway. I like how expressive they are and how big my member looks when sinking deep into a wet mouth or their aching warmth. I like watching their eyes widen at my girth and their pupils blow from the pleasure. Plus, humans never confuse it for more. Something that I've never wanted to have. While my own species was known for constantly mistaking my advances for more romantic entanglements, I want a fun time, not a relationship. I release them both and roll off of the bed and onto my feet. Well, ladies, I tell them both, watching as they slump over onto the bed, boneless. This was fun. I chuckle at their fevered expressions. A job well done if I don't say so myself. Will you come back tomorrow night, Vhala? One of them asks. I collect my clothing, putting it on while my back faces them. If I happen to find my way back over here. I don't tend to promise anything to the women I sixroo, mostly because it sets expectations that I usually can't uphold. I have a busy job outside of pleasuring human females that takes precedent when it needs to. Thankfully, the clan has been relaxed as of late. I strap my belt around my waist and fix my rimmed glasses before turning to the females once more. They both are in the same heap I left them in, and it causes me to chuckle. I head over to them and rearrange their bodies until they're both laying content on the mattress. As much as I like screwing the brains out of them, I'm not cruel enough to leave them uncomfortable, contrary to what most of the other orcs in our clan seem to think I do. It's funny that with them, I've garnered a reputation as a salacious player among my fellow orcs, but with the human females think of me as a god. Two sides of the same coin that I tend to flip between on any given day. Leaving them both to sleep off their exhaustion, I head out of their home and into the cool streets of my clan lands. It's nearly sunrise now, judging by the way the clouds along the horizon are lightening. I stand in the front yard of the female's house and admire it for a while. Human engineering is something remarkable that never fails to catch my attention. I adjust my glasses up the bridge of my nose before heading down the path and onto the main street leading back to my own home, I hadn't meant to stay so long with the humans, but once I get going, it's hard for me to stop. The feral urge in me to screw until my partners are doubled over is what usually fuels these very late-night sessions. They never end up complaining, though, so I must be doing something right. In fact, I've never had a female not come back for seconds, or thirds or more. I smile to myself, feeling my own contentment settle over me. Long nights never wipe me out as much as they do my partners. It more often than not fuels me with more energy that carries me through the rest of my day, like a big helping of food from the canteen or a good spar with a fellow orc. I cycle through the humans that live in the clan daily, the available ones, at least. I would never think to touch any of the mated females, and not just because I knew if I even dared, their mates would wring my neck until I was no longer breathing. I respect my fellow orcs and their choice in companions. Even if only a short while ago it was seen as strange to take a human as a mate. Times do change, after all. As I make my way down a side road, I breathe in the fresh air deep into my lungs. Early morning walks are something that I enjoy after a good screw. It clears my head and gets me focused on what I need to do for the rest of the day. I'm sure once afternoon hits, I can take a nap to recharge myself if I really need to for some reason. As I turn the corner, I spot something over by one of the trees lining around a large house. I tilt my head and stop. A human female. What's she doing out here so early? I stay statue still and watch her from a distance. She bends her body into strange positions that remind me of the drawings I see, sometimes in the old text that I read stashed away inside my private library. It is quiet enough out here that I can hear her breathing in deeply with each new stance she takes. She arches her arms over her head and cranes her neck back, her back arching in a sultry manner that immediately makes me hard in my pants. Another breath escapes her, making her chest move. Her bosom is large and heavy-looking, making my hands ache. I want to go over there and cup them in my palms to feel the weight. She has her hair pinned away from her face in a high updo that looks inviting enough for me to grab onto and pull her head back far enough to expose her neck to me. I run my tongue along the back of my teeth, desire striking me hard. I move my hand down my body, palming myself to readjust it. It twitches under my hand, begging to be freed. It makes me smirk. Who is this female, and how is she having such an effect on me without even dropping to her knees? I move slowly across the grass, keeping my footsteps light so that she doesn't spot me. She's much different than the females I bedded earlier, or the orcs that roam around the clan. Her curves are pronounced and perfect for grabbing onto while being screwed from behind. Her behind is tight-looking and rounded, making for a good place to rest my palm on after slapping it. I can't help but focus on her incredible chest, though, spotting the twin buds pressing against the thin material of her shirt. Her chest pearls from the slight cold that settled over the clan, before the sun has begun to peek over the horizon to warm us all back up. My tongue darts out, licking my lips. I need to have her under me and begging for me. She stiffens suddenly as if sensing my salacious thoughts. When she turns and spots me, her eyes widen. They're a light color, but what exactly the color is hard to tell from here. But they're pretty nonetheless, and make her look much more innocent than I originally pegged her to be. She sputters, trying to unbend herself from her awkward pose. What are you doing? I can't help but smile and raise my brow at her. I'm not surprised by her tone, but what does surprise me is what she says next. Getting a good look, sicko. The words stun me more than they should. I smirk to myself. What an interesting little thing I've found.
Chapter 2. Brenna. I peer at the figure standing a few feet away. Dawn is just beginning to break, and the early morning light is too dim to make out many details. My eyesight isn't that great anyway, but I can sense, more than see, that this orc is staring lewdly at me in a way that makes me want to sneer in disgust. I'm not afraid, though it may seem hard to believe. Women here at the Burning Sun camp are protected and respected. Well, for the most part, apparently. He can stare all he wants, but the numerous orc patrols run too tight a ship for me to be overly concerned. Not to mention, The rest of the camp would never stand for it. If any average orc was out at this early hour, they'd probably slug him for me, male or female. They'd do it just for the smarmy, disgusting look on his face. Like I said, women here are generally respected. Humans may be the bottom rung of the ladder everywhere else, but not in the Burning Sun clan. So I'm not scared, but I am annoyed. Just who does this guy think he is? I have half a mind to pop him myself, if my logical half didn't think I might hurt myself trying to make a point. The orcs are much tougher than we are, with thick, muscular bodies. I can't see this one well, but I figure I better not chance it. He's a touch on the smaller side for an orc, and lean. He's not as gigantic as some of the other male orcs, but he still has a defined, muscular shape and is much bigger than I am. I'm tall for a human woman, at 5'8", and I'd guess he stands about a foot higher than me. "Getting a good look, sicko?" I snarl. I crouch low, not wanting to bend over again, and begin to roll up my mat. I wasn't quite finished, but I am now. I'm tense already. He doesn't say anything, but I can hear him making his way closer. Clearly, I can't shame this man into leaving. I roll my eyes. Great. Just what I need. He's not just a pervert, but a persistent one. I stand up, tucking the mat under my arm. Instinctively, I take a step back as I lift my eyes to meet the creep, wanting to keep a healthy distance between us. I'm not overly concerned, as I'm confident the base can protect me. But there's no reason to make it any easier for him to harass me. When my gaze finally lands on his face, I nearly drop my mat in surprise. "Vhala?" I exclaim. I tighten my grip on the slipping mat and chastise myself, wondering why I'm so shocked. Of course it's Vhala. This is entirely in keeping with everything I know about his character. He looks at me curiously. For just the briefest moment, that predatory look slips off his face. He appears almost ordinary. "You know who I am," he remarks. He tries to keep his voice smooth, but there's a note of bewilderment that betrays his cool exterior. Probably thinks he's already slept with me and forgotten, I think to myself scornfully. If anything, it's the exact opposite. I'm one of the only human women Vhala hasn't slept with, and it's going to remain that way. I know exactly who he is and his ways. He doesn't have any such claim toward me, and that's just how I want it. The more distance between us, the better. The look of confusion slips away, and it's replaced by something much more repugnant. He chuckles, sounding smug. "Who doesn't know who I am?" he asserts confidently, and though he phrases it like a question, there really isn't one at all. In a way, he's right, and that bothers me just as much. Everyone does know who he is because everyone's always talking about him. Whether it's the girls themselves, talking about how good he is in bed, or whispers about who his latest conquest is. But if he's something of a celebrity around here, it's for all the wrong reasons. His narcissistic, self-important tone irks me, and I can't resist the urge to put him in his place. "They know who you are because you might as well be the enemy of all womankind," I snap back. "You're foul and shameless and disgusting. You sleep with anything that moves, including my housemates, so yes, I've heard of you. Don't assume I've heard good things." It's true. My sisters have warned me to stay away from him. I'm the youngest of all 7 of us who share a house. He's slept with every single one of them but me, and they seem to think I'm going to fall for his charms next. Personally, I think that's ridiculous. But I do take their warnings at least somewhat seriously, knowing he must have some way of finessing the women. I've never seen it, but perhaps he's never tried to turn it on me. After all 6 of them have fallen for it. Of course, they don't all regret it, at least not entirely. They admit that they were used by him, but also seem to think that he's a pretty good tumble. If you're just looking for fun, I guess there's no harm in that. To each their own, right? But that's not me. I'm a romantic, and I have no interest in meaningless screwing. I think the other women in my house find that a bit childish, but also sweet, and they want to save me from someone like him. He's not a big shot, just a womanizer who can't keep it in his pants. There's nothing special about that, Nothing to brag about. If anything, in my opinion, it proves there's something a little bit wrong with him. Anyone could sleep with half the camp. It doesn't take skill. I guess maybe the way women swoon about how good he is counts as skill. I wouldn't know, and I don't plan to find out. But the point is that anyone could do it, and most of us don't. Because it's not a good thing, and he shouldn't be so proud of his deviant behaviour. Respecting women, treating us like equals and not conquests, learning to love someone else completely. Those are characteristics worth working on and being proud of, and they're all so far outside his realm of possibility that he'll never be able to claim any of them. And that's what makes him pitiful, not amazing, like he seems to think. The back of my neck is hot with anger at this stupid orc who interrupted my exercise, and who doesn't have the decency to respect my space and go away. He's clearly not wanted here, but he's too full of himself to even recognise it. After everything I just said to him, he should be crawling away in humiliation, but it doesn't seem to faze him at all. He just blinks at me from beneath his big glasses. I scowl, deciding that annoys me too. He probably doesn't even need glasses at all, just wants people to think he's smart. What a phony creep. Maybe you just don't see the whole picture, he returns suavely. Give me a chance, and I can show you my good side. He winks suggestively, and my face flames red. I know about that, I snap again. Not interested. That's quite unfortunate for me, he admits, trying to pout a little. I came over here because I was stunned by how beautiful you are. I'm truly jealous of whatever lucky man gets to indulge in that, he says, gesturing up and down my body. It occurs to me that he really thinks he's complimenting me, and it's utterly baffling. Gorgeous dimples, curves in all the right places. Usually it's one or the other, great body or pretty face, but you're the whole package. Top and bottom, it all checks out. I stare at him, so flabbergasted by how forward he's being that I'm momentarily rendered speechless. And that look, you're like but innocent somehow. It's very unusual and very appealing. What a turn-on. Not to mention your bosom. My eyes go wide, thinking that this is something straight out of a nightmare. I can't fully reconcile that this is happening, or somehow make my brain understand how a person like this exists. To be this brazen and have seemingly no idea how inappropriate you are acting. To a complete stranger. If I didn't know his ways, I would be tempted to call someone and report this as a medical emergency. Because he's acting deranged, like he suffered brain damage. There is no way that someone taught him this is normal. He continues, completely oblivious or uncaring about my discomfort. He gawks openly at my chest. Are you born like this? He asks curiously. Is there a trick you can teach the other women? How can they be? I reach high and slap him across the face, hard. It's a reflexive movement, one that I didn't plan for. But I couldn't listen any longer, and when the impulse struck, I followed it. It does manage to successfully quiet him, at least for a moment. He looks astonished, more than pained. He slowly lifts one hand to cover his cheek, staring at me with wide eyes. I storm past him, wanting to get away before he can see the tears welling in my eyes. I'm not crying over his uncouth behaviour, despicable as it may be. But I realise that my earlier decision not to hit him had been the correct one. My assumption that it would hurt me more than him has just been proven. Why is his stupid face so hard? I fume as I march away. When I'm safely out of sight, I rub my sore hand with a frustrated groan. It's all that dumb Vhala's fault.
Chapter 3. Vhala. My cheek still tingles from the impact of that little human's hand across my skin. It doesn't hurt. In fact, it never did in the first place. But her having enough gall to do so is what surprises me the most. She'd slapped me. Of all people, shockingly, she'd been immune to my compliments of her incredible body and the desire that seeing her bent over her rubber mat stretching had done to me. Aren't females supposed to be flattered when they've successfully attracted a male's attention? Usually all human females were practically bending over the second I uttered a compliment. So what is so different about this one? I can't seem to wrap my head around it, nor her abnormal response to me. It was almost as if I disgusted her and turned her on all in the same breath, while her mouth spewed insults at me, telling me how disgusting my perversions were for her. Her body was telling me a completely different story. I readjust my glasses, slightly bent from the female's quick hand, and look away from the canteen's window that faces outside. For some reason, her fury ignites a different kind of emotion in me, ancient and predatory, causing me to want to prowl around our encampment until I find the female that has taken up the majority of my morning's headspace. Too often have I seen males of my species be driven by instinct in matters like this and have silently pitied them. I'm not one to be a slave to my base desires, after all. But there is something about the way she stared so definitely up at me, while I racked my eyes over her delicious curves, that makes my stomach curl with heat. It's a bright day out today, perfect for a walk by the tree I discovered her under this morning. Perhaps I could take a walk out that way on my way back from the canteen and see about finding my little Spitfire. I'm due for an apology anyway, and I would never say no to one with her on her knees. A tray slaps down onto my table, drawing my eyes up away from my untouched food. Helen, a distant cousin of Ur's, looms over me. I can tell you are thinking perverted thoughts. I grin up at him. Oh, that's not something I hear very often. This, of course, is a secret joke I like to tell myself whenever someone confronts me about my more lascivious actions, because the reality is that they aren't far off from the truth. Helen snorts at me and sits down. His big body takes up the majority of the space on the other side of the table. I look down at his tray, seeing a large helping of food piled onto it while my own remains untouched. As an elder, shouldn't you be more private about your deviant thoughts? You make it so obvious. I can't help what my body craves, Helen. I give him an easy smile and lean back casually in my chair. It's always funny to me that our clan has this outdated and stuck-up version of what it means to be a village elder in their minds. It isn't as if my sexual prowess isn't well known among our community. The other orc shakes his head at me and grabs one of the larger pieces of meat. He rips into it with his teeth, an unimpressed look settling over his face as he chews. How did you even become an elder in the first place if you're too busy screwing all the females? I don't bother correcting him on the type of females I prefer, mostly because it's a hot-button issue for some. Humans are considered genuinely weaker to us, and therefore lower class. But that doesn't mean that they can't appease my desires, though a few orcs here find that distasteful. I'll have you know, Helen, that I am very wise and an expert in many things, hence why people come to me for guidance. He snorts at me. For what? Human-female anatomy lessons? He obviously means this as a punch below the belt, but I will never not miss an opportunity to talk about the wonders of making love with humans. Actually, he groans at me, setting down the picked clean bone and reaches for another. Vhala, I don't care. Give me 10 minutes to change your mind. He rolls his eyes. I wouldn't even give you 5. He stuffs the piece of meat into his mouth, ripping it from the bone loud enough to drown out any possible noise from me. I fold my fingers together on top of the table and wait patiently. He takes his time chewing, staring me down as he does so. It only causes me to smile wider. As he's forced to finally swallow, I open my mouth again. I found something of interest. You've said this plenty of times before. Yes, and I've meant all of them. A single brow is quirked in my direction. Helen grabs his pitcher and dumps half of it into his mouth, washing away the meat stuck in between some of his teeth. He slaps the pitcher down onto the table and tosses the other picked clean bone onto his tray. I lean forward. It's a human female. Shocking, he tells me. I drum on. She argued with me this morning, very feisty. I want to drag her back to my home and put her in her place where she belongs. What? Helen snorts. On her knees? I grin. Precisely. You get it. He rolls his eyes again. I pity the female that's unfortunate enough to capture your attention. A laugh rumbles out of me. Why do you say that? Because you truly don't know when to quit until you've drained them dry, Vhala. I drape an arm over the back of my chair and allow myself to sit on that statement. While Helen's words aren't untrue, there is more nuance to it than what he's letting on. Of course, I indulge myself as much as possible with the females. It's in my right to. But drain them dry? That makes me want to scoff. If anything, within a few days, they're always running back to my doorstep begging for more. Now, do I discourage this behavior? Not exactly. It's not my responsibility to manage the expectations of a human female, especially those that choose to sleep with me. If they want to be hopeless romantics about the situation, that's on them, not me. You should be careful sleeping with so many human females, Vhala. I raise my brow. For what reason? Loki will absolutely put his foot down if he sees your harem getting out of hand. I wouldn't exactly call them a harem. Regardless, Hilan fixes me with a tight look. He's not one to shy away from cracking down on unruly business going on in the clan when it comes to humans. My lips thin. No, our chief was not. Especially after taking his own human mate and having a son with her. Not to mention the rest of Loki's inner circle who'd also all chosen human mates as well. I smile to myself, hiding it behind my hands as I raise them up to my face. I want to tell Halan that I'm clearly not the only one charmed by the females running around our clan unmated. But then again, I'm sure it would only cause another lecture to tumble out of him. I'll be honest with you, Halan. If a female comes around looking to spend a night with me, who am I to deny her such mind-melting pleasures? He shakes his head at me. If only you'd use that energy for more productive things. Actually, speaking of which, I raise another brow. You should come with me to the training facility. I'm sure working out those flimsy muscles of yours might do you some good. I look down at myself. While I might not be the bulkiest orc in our clan, I was certainly not slender. I choose to spend my time researching and exercising my brain because someone around here has to. Why not it be me? With all due respect, Halan, I have more important things to do. He huffs at me. Such as? I give him another salacious grin. Studying. I want to research the human female's behavior from this morning. I can't get her out of my head. I need to know what makes her tick. Halan pushes away from the table and stands, collecting his tray that still has half a portion left on it. You waste your potential, Vhala. I hold up one of my fingers, stopping him from leaving the table. A mind is never wasted researching. I like to exercise in different ways than you. A book and a set of weights are not the same thing. Sure they are. You only need to look at them from a different lens. He gives me a strange look, his brows knitting together while my words process inside of his head. He stares at me for a long 5 seconds before shifting away from me. Whatever, Vhala. I laugh at his turned back. See you around. I push myself up from my side of the table and grab my tray as well. Now to go find my little Spitfire.
Chapter 4. Brenna. My blood is still boiling from this morning, even as I step into the back door to my house. I'd gone for a run after I'd dropped off my yoga mat, needing to burn off the energy that had built up inside me during my encounter with Vhala. My job had taken me all the way through the clan and out to the outskirts until I'd made my way back just before morning rise. I can't believe I still feel like this, though. The burning desire to want to put my fist through something breakable. Never in my life has an orc irked me the way that Vhala had. I'm not sure if it was due to him undressing me with his eyes, or the way that his dirty comments rolled off his tongue, sweetened like honey with his deep, sultry voice. But it had pissed me off nonetheless. As I enter the back door, I'm greeted by the smell of food being cooked in the kitchen, reminding me that I've yet to eat since I'd woken up this morning. I slip off my shoes and head through the house, seeing my housemates all crowded inside the kitchen. Smells good in here. Cherry's the first to turn to the sound of my voice. Brenna, you're back! The rest of my housemates turn as well, save for Lena, who is still facing the stove, her face buried in whatever concoction she has stirring on the burner. Yeah, had an early start to my day. Cherry tilts her head at me, assessing me with a hard stare. How come? You couldn't sleep? I shrug, trying to look as non-committal as possible. It isn't that I don't trust them all with telling them what happened with Vhala. I know that if I told them that he'd given me the creeps, they'd all reassure me that I'm safe here. But I don't want to get into the subject in general. Even the mere mention of that orc makes all of the girls sigh with desire. I'll never understand it. Sure, he's handsome, but is he really that swoon-worthy? Absolutely not. He's a pain in the neck, and that's a fact. Especially when you're trying to enjoy the peaceful quietness of a sunrise yoga session. I fist my hands at my sides, wincing when the hand that slapped him twinges. Who knew that orcs had such dense bone structure? Kylie wraps an arm around me, tugging me into her side while the rest of the girls move around the kitchen again. You look down, Brenna. What's going on? I wave my hand at her and Cherry, both of them having cornered me at this point. Nothing. Like I said, I had an early start to my morning. Sometimes a girl's just got to run, you know? They both exchange looks, giving each other a hard stare before turning back to me. If you say so. Cherry puts a hand on her hip. I wrestle myself out of Kylie's grip and make my way over to Lena's side. I lean over to see what she's stirring, some kind of chowder from the looks of it. She nudges me back away from her. You better not try and swipe a test bite before it's done. I smile, knowing that my guilty face tells her all she needs to know. I would never. She glances at me out of the corner of her eye, giving me a look. Sure. I laugh and step away from her, holding my hands up. I'm grateful that the rest of my housemates are able to take my mind off of this morning, even if they aren't trying to. Whenever I'm here, I feel at home, surrounded by those that care about me and support whatever I'm going through, even when I'm not vocal about it. Our breakfast is hearty and delicious, courtesy of Lena's incredible cooking. She never fails to surprise me with how well her dishes turn out, even when we have little to work with. I thank her before heading out with a small container to take with me as I leave the house, tucking securely in a small bag that bounces against my hip as I walk. I usually volunteer at the school during the week. It's something that takes my mind off the dullness of the regular day-to-day while living in the village. Plus, I enjoy helping the kids learn about my culture. Most of them are half orc and half human, products of the very fertile couplings that the clan's been experiencing lately. Some of them are from the orphanage as well. Those are the kids that I really feel for. Their underprivileged and sometimes downright lonely living conditions make me want to scoop them all up and take them home with me to my housemates. It's stupid to believe that I can save them all, but sometimes I let my mind wander and thinking of all the ways that I'd be able to make their lives marginally better. When I arrive at the pavilion, I step inside and am greeted with a bit more chaos than I'm expecting. Children run around playfully while one of the orc teachers, Keldaya, struggles to wrangle them. It makes me laugh while I set my lunch down inside one of the top-shelf cubbies before scooping a few of the kids up and dragging them over to their seats. Oh good, you're finally here. I hear Keldaya sigh in relief. I smile at her, craning my neck up to meet her eyes at her tall height. Sorry for the late arrival. She waves me off, clearly not interested in hearing my excuses. Get them seated. I've got to get the board ready. I look over to the chalkboard at the front of the classroom, seeing that Keldaya's notes for the day were only half written. I nod to her and grab a few other kids by the arm, gently guiding them back to their seats. They're all as restless as I feel, and I can't say I blame them. Sometimes being cooped up inside of a classroom all day sounds like torture. I can completely sympathise with that. Keldaya's sharp voice cuts through the noise, gathering everyone's attention, including me. She waves her hands and grabs the long stick she usually uses to point along while she reads the board. I step back from the rows of kids, now enraptured with Keldaya's voice. Even though the female orc can be kind of harsh, she certainly has a way of capturing the attention of the students once she gets them settled down. Or rather, once I settle them for her. I don't mind though. I like running around with the kids. It's why one of my favourite times to volunteer here is during the summer, when I can take them all outside during their break period to go explore the grounds behind the school building. They're all such curious little things that it's hard not to try and talk Keldaya into letting me take them all for an outside explore day. I'd have to work on my pitch for that one day, especially now that the weather is getting really nice. I hang back and let Keldaya do her thing, the hours passing by slowly. There are only a handful of times that I'm called over for help with certain subjects, mostly having to do with humans. But that's to be expected. The orcs in this clan, while inclusive, still have a hard time grasping some of our traditions. I suppose it has something to do with how widely different our species are, but I'm glad that I get the opportunity to help bridge that gap, even if it's just with the kids here. The chief of the clan, Loki, has been doing amazing things for a long while in regards to the divide between humans and orcs. And while I've never met him officially, I can tell that his influence has had a trickle-down effect amongst most of the orcs that I deal with on a daily basis. It's a great future for the next generations. I'll say that much. I never thought unity would be possible. But then again, I'd also never expected Loki, or the rest of his closest friends, to take human mates, let alone reproduce with them and create a coexisting relationship with the rest of us. It's nice not being ostracized. As the day stretches on to our final hour with the children, I stretch and start gathering my things. I'm not exactly ready to head back to my house and relax for the rest of the evening. I'm much too restless for that right at the moment. Though I'm not exactly sure what I can do to burn off this excess, whatever it is coursing through me. I could go for another run, but by now, most of the village will be out and about. Even if there is a slim chance of me running into Vhala, I don't want to take the risk. He's likely to piss me off enough for me to actually become impulsive and break my hand punching his face. I list my hand and look down at my palm. It's still red from this morning, though it doesn't hurt anymore. That's a plus, at least. Keldaya flips her book closed loudly. That concludes our lessons for today. Have a good afternoon, everyone. I smile when they all jump out of their seats and stuff their supplies under their desks. Their lively energy is contagious. All right, everyone. I wave my hand and head over to the door. We'll see you all tomorrow. There are a few cheers as kids run through the doorway and outside into the sunlight. I smile, envious of their carefree joy. Sometimes I wish I were still a kid, my life simple and unbothered by the rest of the world's problems weighing on my shoulders. If only I could wind back time for a little bit, just to experience the bliss again. As the last few kids file out of the classroom, I lean against the doorway and nod to Keldaya. I'll see you tomorrow. She nods back to me, gathering her books and other reading materials spread out on top of her desk. Yes, see you tomorrow, Brenna. I smile and push myself away from the doorframe, just in time to hear a familiar voice call out to me. Well, hello there. I whip around, my heart pounding as I see Vhala coming up the walkway.
Chapter 5. Vhala. I give her a toothy grin, one that stretches from ear to ear. She's absolutely furious with me, and I love it. It's obviously meant to scare me off, but it only works to spur me on. Anger enhances her features, making her even more attractive. 2 bright spots of crimson appear on the high points of her cheeks, creating a startling contrast against the rest of the pale skin. Her eyes darken, flashing sparks. I came here to watch you, I reply, punctuating it with a lascivious wink. Sometimes I teach, but not today. Today is all about you. My eyes roam over her curvy figure, trying to make my point and my interests obvious. She really is an exceptional woman with a terrific figure. Such a shame to hide it in here, wasting it in a classroom all day. I value education, but with a rack like that, there's better ways for her to spend her time, like in my bed. I'll even make a compromise. She can read in between sessions. Everyone needs a break now and then. She scoffs openly, not trying to hide her disgust. What can you teach? She snaps. How to be a cad? This woman hates me. I mean, she loathes my very existence. It's such a turn-on. I briefly wonder if I should be concerned about that, because I don't think I'm supposed to thrive off her fury the way that I am. I consider it for about half a second, and immediately shake off my worries. Who needs to waste time on introspection when they're having this much fun? I step fully inside the classroom, moving closer to her. I don't answer her right away, looking around to take in my surroundings instead. It's a simple classroom, but it's clear that she's put a lot of effort into making the space happy and cheerful. Little potted plants sit out on various surfaces. Bright art decorates the walls. Everything is very clean and well-maintained, showing how much she treasures her classroom. She obviously enjoys teaching and has taken the time to hone the environment. Of course, Brenna has no idea what I'm thinking. She's just waiting for a response to my earlier question. I can sense her growing agitation, both at having me in her domain and not having control of the conversation. I deliberately wait in silence another moment, just to extend her frustration. Finally, I offer the response that she's been waiting impatiently for. I teach lots of things, I explain lightly. I'm a very good teacher, very knowledgeable on orc and human subjects. I take another step closer, catching a whiff of her fresh, clean scent. It's dizzying. I take a deep breath, relishing it, then continue. This time I ramp up the flirty tones beneath my words. I know all about humans and their needs. That's a big part of teaching, wouldn't you agree? Understanding what your students are really asking for. Sometimes they don't even know what they need. I step closer still, watching her stiffen. She grits her teeth, pressing her lips tightly together. I trail one hand gently up her arm, smirking to myself as she frowns deeply. There are some subjects I'm the best teacher around for. If you're interested in becoming my student, I'll teach you everything I know. I'm generous that way. She shakes her arm, brushing my hand away as though I were an annoying bug crawling across her skin. I continue, undeterred. My knowledge runs very deep, but you'll find it more than satisfying. We'll stay up all night if we have to. I wink suggestively again. Her face contorts into a scathing sneer, sending a thrill up my spine. The other girls have been too easy, too complacent. It was fun enough, but this is so much better. I've never felt so primal and masculine, actually getting to stalk my prey. The idea of having to work for it and the challenge she offers only makes her more appealing to me. I enjoy screwing just for the sake of it, of course. But the allure has dulled somewhat, the sparkle fading. When everyone seeks you out willingly because you're known as the best, it's fun for a while, and my ego loves it. After enough conquests that aren't conquests at all, though, the excitement just isn't there anymore. This girl gives me the rush of adrenaline that I've been missing. Believe me, nothing you offer interests me, she says with a scowl. She shakes her auburn hair, and I catch another whiff of that scent that goes straight to my head. Brenna spins on her heel, marching to grab something off the teacher's desk hurriedly. Then she pushes past me, leaving the classroom in a huff. I don't surrender that easily, following hot on her heels. I taught a class in this room on orc history, I offer, trying to prove that I really am a teacher. And over here, I helped them set up the herbal display. She's clearly into education, so maybe that'll impress her. Lucky for her, I'm not faking. I'm one of the smartest orcs in this clan, in addition to handsome. I really am the whole deal. I just have to convince her of that. She doesn't let up, practically racing to get away from me. I have to lengthen my strides to keep up, surprised and exhilarated by this chase. Once again, it stirs something primitive inside of me, the old masculine instinct of pursuit that I haven't had to use in years. As I hastily tag along, I continue to blurt out whatever I can think of that might impress her. I list off every class I've taught, every credential to my name, anything that might give her pause. She remains unmoved, despite my persistence, acting as though she can't hear me as she hurries toward the door. I'm also an expert in human physiology and medicine, I declare. I've been studying with Bonnie for some time. If you have any body aches or problems, I'm happy to help you feel better. Did you know that endorphins are one of the best pain relievers? I do my best to control my breathing, not wanting her to hear me panting for air. That would be too humiliating, even though the way that she's making me run does leave me a bit winded. Then I notice something in her hand, and my hand snakes out to grab her wrist. This isn't a flirty move this time, just a reflex. She turns to me, and I can feel her prickly indignation. Out of my peripheral vision, I notice she lifts her other hand as if to slap me again. But then she sees that I'm not even looking at her, but the book in her hand. It's enough to at least give her pause. She's holding on to an old book of classic literature. This is a special interest of mine. I've read every old book that the clan has managed to collect. We don't have much, but I've studied each one until I can practically quote them from cover to cover. I drop her hand, having startled myself. I didn't mean to grab her like that, which might sound surprising considering the way I've been going at this. Though it's true that I have no problem getting a bit handsy, I'm used to being in control of a situation. That time, my brain acted out of order, and it unnerves me a bit. She wrinkles her nose in disgust once more, wordlessly. She tucks the book and her hands protectively against her chest to prevent me from doing that again. Then she starts to walk away again. It takes me a moment to collect myself, and she's several feet away before I call out again. I did not care what it was all about, I intone loudly. All I wanted to know was how to live in it. Maybe if you found out how to live in it, you learned from that what it was all about. It's one of many quotes that I've memorized from the book in her very hand, and it's one of my personal favorites. If she's read it at all, and isn't just carrying it around to look smart, she should recognize it. I don't know if I'd rather find out that she's only faking her interest in books, or not. A part of me sings at the thought of her sharing one of my treasures. Another part of me would be satisfied to find out she hasn't read a word, and is just showing off. At least it would knock her smug self down a peg. Brenna stops abruptly, her head whipping forcefully around to stare at me. Her hazel eyes sparkle with equal parts suspicion and interest. For the first time, she looks conflicted, and not just outright annoyed. "How do you know that?" she asks, an accusing tone in her voice as though I'm playing a mean-spirited trick on her. I just grin, finally having managed to capture her attention. I always work best with an audience.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 6. Brenna. I read a lot, Vhala says, his voice smooth as honey. He's a little too cocky and confident about it, which instantly increases my distrust. I feel my defensive nature spike up at the way he's behaving, and I want to accuse him of lying. I have to remind myself that he did just quote the book, so there must be at least a grain of truth in there somewhere. This orc brings out a crazy side of me that I never would have known existed. I'd normally never have to convince myself that someone was telling the truth. I'd just assume it, like any reasonable person, until they gave me a reason to doubt them. But everything about him is a reason to doubt him. It's like there's something seriously wrong with him, and whatever it is catching. I'm starting to understand why my housemates fell into his trap. I thought it was a weakness of theirs, but he turns everything on its ear as soon as he talks to you. After a while, I can see why you'd fall for it. You don't know which way is up anymore. I narrow my eyes suspiciously. What does that mean? I ask warily. I love to read, but the book in my hands is one of the few classics that our settlement managed to save and hand down through the years. I can't even picture what reading a lot looks like. Unless he means reading the same book over and over, the way that I do. Our entire library of classics is less than 10 books. If I make up my mind to do so, I can read them all in a month. And maybe that's what he means, that he reads nearly every day for fun, like me. Not just the same classics, those are my favourite, but I like all books. I'll read anything just to liven things up. Even so, it surprises me that he'd managed to get his hands on a copy of this book, rare as it is. Yet, he did just quote from it. "I have a collection of books," he replies nonchalantly, but I can see the way that he studies my face for a reaction. I have to control myself to stay expressionless, not wanting to give him any power over me. A collection of books, I think to myself. "You must mean the clan has a collection of books," I interject. He shakes his head. "No. Well, the clan does, of course, but my personal collection is even larger than the clan's." I stare at him blankly, processing the words. It intrigues me to hear that the Burning Sun clan has books as well. Perhaps I could get my hands on a few of them. I'd love to expand my reading collection. Our settlement only joined the clan recently, and I never thought to ask. We came here because our leader realised it would be a better life for the people. I suppose that applies to books as much as anything else, it just never occurred to me. Still, he says that his personal collection is even better. I can't wrap my head around such a thing, though I try to imagine it. I must not do a very good job of keeping the interest off my face, because he looks at me with bright eyes. "You want to come read them?" he offers. He fixes the glasses on his face, as if trying to appear studious. "You can come over any time you want, free of charge." He grins crookedly, flirting again. "I don't charge for my services, whichever one you pick. Maybe a little of both?" I let out a huff of air, already thinking I should have just kept walking away. I had the right idea to begin. Why did I hesitate and enter a conversation with this arrogant jerk? I was so close to getting out of here. It's not too late, I remind myself. I glance at the door, contemplating making another dash for it. I could leave now and act like this never happened. With any luck, he'd take the hint, and I could wash my hands of him forever. But the offer of books has piqued my interest, as much as I hate to admit it. It's a very rare opportunity to find any reading material, much less a whole personal library that could be at my disposal. It's very hard to convince myself that I don't want to at least look. Maybe I could read his books, just to see what I'm missing. They're just books, right? He said free of charge. What harm could it do? If he gets too assertive, I can just go back to avoiding him. I can't quite convince myself of that either. I've shown no interest in this orc so far, and he still relentlessly pursues me. I can't imagine how much worse he might get if he knows that he has me at his disposal. It feels like walking into a trap. I want the books, but they come with Vhala. No, I decide firmly. The price is too great. "No, thank you," I say in a strained voice, clipping my words abruptly. My heart sinks a little at what I'm giving up, but I know it's for the best. I don't want to get any more entangled with this orc than I already am. As much as he annoys me, he's dangerous for someone like me. He's confusing and disorienting, and I'm starting to see how he keeps someone off kilter until they make a mistake in his favour. My housemates have all fallen under his spell and warned me away from him. They continue to hang around him, but they're more experienced than I am. I'm the naive one, and if I offer him the opportunity, I'll end up falling for his advances. Better women than me have broken, and they've all told me the same thing. Stay away. They've resigned themselves to letting him use them for entertainment, because they don't mind being occupied in that way. We live in a dangerous world, where any of us could die at any time, and there isn't much time for morality. Live now, because tomorrow isn't promised. If you want it, seize the moment. They have the experience and ability to separate love from screwing. I don't, and I don't intend to learn. Most women find it a bit peculiar or laughable that I'm not willing to be free with my body. But I decided a long time ago that I wanted to wait for my Prince Charming. Life may be short, but I'm still holding out for a dream. It may never happen, but at least I have one. Those other girls gave up dreaming long ago. I get it, but it makes my heart sad. I won't let go of my dreams. I won't settle for ordinary. My housemates, who are like sisters to me, may not completely understand my thinking, but they don't laugh at it. I think they sort of admire it, even if it's not the choice that they make. They seem to want to preserve my innocence as badly as I do, if only just to prove that it can still be done. And we're all in agreement on one simple thing. That means no Vhala, not even if he has every book ever written. He's still studying me, an eyebrow raised as if he can sense my inner conflict. He's waiting patiently for me to talk myself out of it, to cave and agree. No, I repeat. My voice is steady this time, assured that I am making the right choice. I'll never touch anything of yours, books or, well, anything, I say, letting my voice carry the full weight of my implication and glowering at him darkly. No matter how many times I say that I am not interested, the rejection just bounces off him. I've never seen anything like it. He has an impenetrable skin, and this time is no different. He doesn't look dismayed or upset. Instead, he just laughs mirthfully, humoured by my spirited rebuttal. "You're too much," he replies good-naturedly, intending it as a compliment. He shakes his head in amazement, still smiling. In my head, I think that I could say the same thing about him, but it wouldn't be a compliment. His eyes lock onto mine, sparkling with interest. His crooked grin is relaxed and comfortable, and in spite of myself, I feel a warmth spreading through my body. It's like sharing a joke with an old friend, as much as I hate that. He isn't my friend. My throat goes dry, suddenly speechless. I want to pull out another sharp retort, anything to drive home the point that I want him to stay far away. Not that it would matter, because this seems to be a battle that I am losing. No matter what I say, he doesn't take the hint. But my mind is blank, as though it's separated from my own body as I stand, staring into his eyes. Finally, it kicks into gear just enough to propel my legs toward the door. All I can think of is escape, and I hurry away, frantic to get away from this weird energy that seems to want to leave me defenseless. Even behind my retreating back, I can hear him chuckling in amusement to himself.
Chapter 7. Vhala. She runs out of the school building as though her skirt is on fire and she's in search of water. I chuckle to myself, enjoying the view. Not only is that bottom to die for, but I saw the look on her face just before she ran. She was attracted to me. She didn't want to be, but she was. Deep down, there's a part of her that can't resist my charms. I just have to keep at it until that voice of reason that keeps ruining our fun gets tired. I was just about to finally give up. Even though I couldn't understand it, she didn't seem to want me at all. It was rejection after rejection. I was surprised by her reaction, but finally about to admit that she found me undesirable for some unknown reason. Now that I saw the heat lingering in her eyes, I know better. That innocent act she puts on isn't just an act. She's a regular schoolmarm, too sweet and innocent to understand what a good time we'd have. But I'm a really good teacher. I mean that. And patient as anything. Plus, like I said, that behind is to die for. For the next 2 weeks, I'm a shadow that she can't get rid of. Wherever she goes, I'm not far behind. In time, she becomes so accustomed to it that it's no longer surprising. It doesn't stop her from rolling her eyes and cursing at me every time. And I'm secretly glad for that. She's gorgeous when she's angry. Her cute little face gets all red, and she screws her nose up. Even when she shoots me that look with her eyes, like she's wishing she could use her mind to light me on fire, it just excites me more. No one, and I mean no one else, understands it. They look at me with just as much irritation as she does. I let it roll off my skin unbothered. They're dull, tired, and the manly blood in their veins doesn't pound the same way that mine does. They can't understand the thrill of the chase. Even Halen thinks I'm crazy. I thought he, if anyone, would get it. But he looks at me in exasperation, not understanding why I would spend so much energy pursuing one woman when I have my pick of willing ones. A few weeks ago, I would have thought the same thing. I don't bother to explain myself to him. I'm not sure how to begin. I don't know a logical way to describe something that isn't logical at all. It's a knee-jerk reaction, bordering on obsession. If he could feel what I feel, he'd understand. But I can't explain it with words. It's tantalizing when she's nearby. She breathes life into me for the first time in forever. I'm like a lion on the prowl, fierce, primitive, and focused on the biggest challenge of my life. Ordinary screwing has lost its luster, and I haven't slept with anyone in weeks. I don't want them. I want her. I've been reading the human romance novels. If she's into reading, that's probably how she expects to be wooed. I've learned a lot from them, and I'm putting it to good use. I go out to personally pick wildflowers that I found growing around the base or in the woods. I wrap them up in pretty arrangements and leave them on her doorstep. I leave her notes and poems. I send food to the school for her lunch. Sometimes I even make special pastries. I learned how, just for her. That was another book. She's not going to be able to resist me much longer. I just know it. I can sense that the other shoe will drop soon. And then she'll be mine, and I will have won. It's been a fun game, but I'm ready for my victory lap. I arrive at the school exactly 2 weeks after our last meeting here, the one that she couldn't run away from fast enough. This time, I have a feeling that she's going to be running into my arms. Helen thinks I'm crazy, but I'm just confident. I know women, and I've pulled out all the tricks. Brenna was a little harder than most, but she's worth it. I wait in the hall until the class is dismissed for the day. Students come flooding out, chattering excitedly as they hurry toward the doors to go home. I bide my time, leaning patiently against the wall until the last child has left. I've waited this long, there's no use in rushing anything now. I want everything to be perfect, to ensure my success. It's about strategy and finesse, not speed. When I'm finally certain that the classroom is empty, except for one lovely lady, I consider going inside. But then I rethink that decision. The room is her territory, and she might be busy working. That throws off our entire dynamic. Better to catch her in the hall, I decide. It takes a while, testing my resolve. I didn't guess how long she spends preparing her classroom for the next day, but finally, I see her auburn hair poking out as the door opens. She emerges, pulling the door shut behind her. Then she turns to walk away. Her hazel eyes go big as she finally sees me. Everything in her body tenses, and her face flushes a deep red. She's ready to spit fire, and I feel my nerve endings crackling to life. She marches over, teeth gritted, and grabs me forcefully by the collar of my shirt. She practically drags me into another empty room, nearby. I grin, enjoying the rough handling. I won't put up with it much in bed, but I have to give her credit. She's spirited. She slams the door shut behind us. Wincing, she finally drops my collar, looking regretfully at the door. It's clear that she hadn't meant to be quite so aggressive, and she looks a bit rattled. Then she gathers herself, whirling around to confront me. The anger is back. "You!" she screeches. "What are you doing? Why are you doing this? Why can't you just leave me alone? I'm not interested in your games!" I take a step closer to her. Warily, she intuits that she's about to be pinned between me and the door. Thinking ahead, she brushes past me, heading for the teacher's desk. Of course, that's a place for security for her. When she's the teacher, she's in charge, no matter. She'll figure out that she's not in charge when it comes to me. I slowly advance towards her, taking my time. "Aren't you the least bit affected by it?" I demand, challenging her to deny it. "Come on, Brenna. I could be your Prince Charming." It's a word I've picked up from those romance novels. Her face goes pale at the mention, her jaw slack. Then she grits her teeth again. Her resolve is wavering, but she hasn't given up yet. "Don't!" she orders icily. "Leave me alone, just stop all of this! Call it off!" For the briefest moment, I seriously consider it. No woman could be worth all of this, could they? But as the idea settles on me, I realize one thing. I can't, I admit. And I think maybe I'm just as surprised as her by my confession. I'm addicted to you. This gets me through each day, teasing you and seeing that angry face of yours. It's the first time I've said those words out loud, but they're true. I wonder if I'd do this forever, even if she never makes love with me. Bantering back and forth with her has somehow become even more important than what I thought I was in pursuit of. It was the means to an end, but maybe it's really the goal after all. Brenna bares her teeth at me, as if to show me how angry she can get. My eyes widen, and I fight desperately to control the smirk that plays at the corner of my lip. This is incredibly arousing, though she seems to have no idea. Poor girl really thinks that she's going to scare me. She lifts her hand, preparing to slap me. I'm willing to humor her, to a point, but that's a bridge too far. I capture it in my own before she can even follow through, gently. That's not going to work a second time, I warn her. With her hand trapped, Brenna changes tactics. She lifts her leg instead, jutting it between my legs to kick me. I squeeze my knees together, trapping her foot. "You're going to hurt your foot if you try to kick me again," I point out. I'm not even trying to threaten her. I'd never hurt a woman. The human females are just too soft to have any business thinking they can go around getting physical with the orcs. It's for her own good, really. She does a strange hopping motion, struggling to keep her balance with her right arm and right leg pinned the way that they are. I take a rushed step towards her, releasing her foot, but throwing her off balance. She backs up instinctively. I still have control of her hand and use it to guide her so that she ends up in a seated position on the desk. As she's still reeling and piecing together what just happened, I take another step towards her. This time, I shove my thigh roughly between her knees, but she doesn't fight me. My other leg comes over to join the gap, spreading her legs out around me. She gasps, her eyes darting down. "Let me go," she screams, baring her teeth. I only grin and she swallows, a blush creeping up her face. I can feel how hot she is between her legs. You can deny me all you want, but your body will tell me the truth.
Chapter 8. Brenna. "Let me go!" I scream. Anger has me fully in its grip now, though I don't think he'd really force himself on me. That's never been Vhla's way. Women have always surrendered themselves to him willingly, and I don't think he'd want it any other way. He's not interested in overpowering a woman. There's no challenge in that anyway, not for a big orc. He's a foot taller than me. If he was going to be rough, he would have done that already. To him, it's more like a battle of wits than anything. Brute strength is not his style. Still, the rage bubbling in my throat is real. He's too close, and I'm afraid that he's going to notice what's simmering underneath it. The heat flushing through me isn't from just my frustration. I'm too turned on. I've been doing my best to stay away from him, but now the temptation is right under my nose, literally. He swoops down, bringing his lips to my ear. I shiver, and my heart thumps wildly in my chest, a frantic staccato rhythm that nearly drowns out his words. "Don't you like it when I hold you?" he murmurs, putting his hands on my shoulders. "Don't you like that?" No, I want you to go away." The shakiness in my voice betrays me. I can feel my face redden once more, wondering if he can hear it. Wondering if he can sense how attracted I am to him, and how hard I'm fighting to keep clinging to that word. No. He's done just about everything I ever dreamed. If he was another man, I'd surely have fallen for it by now. I'd think we were in love. But he's Vhala, and I know his true intentions. I know that this is all just a game, and that his attempts to manipulate me are hollow and false. He doesn't love me. He just covets my body. I'm not willing to let him have that. I'm saving that for someone who really does love me. But right now, pressed up against him here on this desk, it's hard to remember that. It's become hard to disassociate him from the sweet acts that he's been performing as well. It's very hard to receive flowers from a lecherous creep and be able to remember him as a lecherous creep. Soon, you start seeing him as a nice guy who gave you flowers, and you forget all that bad stuff that was more important. He's done almost every classic symbol of romance that I've read about. The flowers, the food, the sweets. It stung extra deep when he said that he could be my Prince Charming, because that's exactly what he's been playing at. And he's a damn good actor, so good that I keep forgetting that this is all make-believe. I have to give Vhala credit. He's smart. He knows what he's doing, and he knows how to wear a woman's resistance down. Many times I caught myself having to remind myself of his less favourable attributes. It's only natural to want to see someone who is paying attention to you in a positive light, and he's really letting my own mind do half the work for him. That doesn't make it any less frustrating, though, to someone who understands logically that this is just a game. When your own heart and body begin to betray you, it's even more maddening, because you were supposed to know better. That's how I feel right now, like I'm getting sucked into his gravitational pull and helpless to resist. It's furious to see it happening, even while you know you shouldn't let it. He is poison, I remind myself. The package might be wrapped up pretty, but it's still poison underneath. That package really is pretty, though, I think, with a hint of longing. My eyes roam over his figure appreciatively. He's lean and fit, with tight, cut muscles. And it's not just his body. He has one of the most handsome faces in the camp, and those stupid glasses he wears drive me nuts in more ways than one. A part of me wants to rip them off his face, smash them on the ground and shout, "You don't even need glasses, you dummy." A part of me just wants to rip them off with the rest of his clothes. He leans closer, staring into my eyes seriously. I shiver again, feeling my pulse fluttering madly. I almost wish that I was another person, someone who could just give in to my carnal desire recklessly. But I'm not. I want it to mean something. I can't give my first time to Vhala, emotionlessly, just to satisfy my body. And I know his true colours. It can't mean what I want it to mean, not with Vhala. "You don't want me to go away," he declares confidently, his voice still a sexy murmur. He studies my face for a reaction, so I sneer. "Don't tell me what I want," I snap. I bring my hands up to his shoulders, trying to give him a hard shove away. He barely moves, and his hands fly up to grab my own. He peels them off his shoulders, pinning them in his grip so that I can't squirm away. Then he brings them down, holding my hands behind my back so that I'm essentially locked into place. I have no wiggle room at all, despite my frustrated attempts. His legs are still between my own, my thighs spread on either side of his hips. There's nowhere for me to go. His head is perilously close to my own, a natural occurrence of the way that he's holding my arms behind my back. My breath quickens at the proximity. He's so close that I can feel him exhaling against the skin of my neck. It makes me shiver again, sending a shower of sparks through my body. His eyes drop, gazing at my lips. Instinctively, he licks his own bottom lip. I hold my breath and can hear the rushing beat of my heart all the way in my own ears. It feels like an ocean roar, and I know that I'm at real risk of drowning in it. His eyes darken, and suddenly he swoops down, crushing his lips against my own. As he does so, he releases my arms, giving me a bit of space to move freely again. At first, my hands resume their position on his shoulders, pushing him away. But he doesn't budge, and to be honest, I don't put much effort into the process. The enjoyable sensation of him as he ravishes my lips manages to rattle my wits enough that I forget to fight back. With my resolve temporarily destroyed, he wraps one hand around my waist, hauling me up against his lean frame roughly. And I don't protest. My hands fist in his shirt, bunching up the material by the collar. His free hand splays across my bottom, and he coaxes my mouth to open. I do so eagerly, blinded by passion. Several minutes go by as we tangle ourselves in each other's arms, hot and sweaty. Finally, he sets me back down on the desk. He flashes me a breathless grin, cocky as ever, but somehow, this time I briefly find it endearing. I think my brain has melted from the kiss. In fact, I think all my insides have too. I feel like a big gooey puddle of nothing. If I tried to stand up now, I think my rubbery legs would give out underneath me. He stares into my eyes. I'm still holding his shoulders, panting, and trying to pull myself back together from the million little bits of ecstasy that I've exploded into. I'm pretty sure I'm just sort of floating through the room now, rearranged for life. But the words he says next, with that damn smarmy smile, break the spell abruptly. Want more? As it sinks in, I stiffen. Several thoughts flood my recently resuscitated brain. Like how dare he? And a scolding voice that reminds me this is exactly why I was never supposed to get involved with him. Not even a kiss, in the first place. He's too full of himself to notice my reaction. He's utterly convinced that I'm going to throw myself into his arms and beg him to take me to bed. All it takes, he thinks, is one kiss. He really believes that I'll enjoy that so much that I'll give him whatever he wants, because women are weak and dumb. Well, this one isn't. Screw you! I try to shout. My voice is raspy, like broken glass, thanks both to my breathless state and the anger flooding me. But I feel that I've made my point. He never even sees it coming when I lift my knee sharply, slamming it into his balls. Maybe one kiss didn't make me the stupid one after all. Vhala grabs himself, bending over at the waist with a loud groan. Slowly he lowers himself to his knees, cupping the injured area. His face pales, and he can't even speak around the pain. Want more? I say in a sickly sweet voice, fluttering my eyelashes at him. Then, tossing my hair, I leap gracefully down from my perch on the desk. I step around the feeble form on the floor and proudly head for the door with my shoulders high. Men, orc or human, they still have that in common. Soft balls.
Chapter 9. Vhala. I'm a tough orc. I don't like to fight because I'm too refined for such things. These less civilized orcs are always chomping at the bit for a reason to wallop each other, but it seems coarse and uncivilized to me. It's not because I can't fight. I can take a punch as well as the next guy and deliver worse than I get. But any male orc, no matter how strong he is, can have tears in their eyes from a well-placed kick in the balls. And that's how I find myself on my knees in an empty classroom beginning to dry heave. It hurts so bad that I can't even peel myself off the floor for several minutes. Brenna and her smug smile are long gone by the time I finally rise to my unsteady feet. I do a strange, bow-legged walk toward the door, gingerly cupping my poor, bruised best mates. Damn, I've never felt pain like this in my life. Even with my hand wrapped tenderly around them, I'm not certain there's still two there. She might have castrated me for life. Isn't there a condition where they can retreat up into your stomach? I wonder. I couldn't blame them if they decided to hide up there until they knew for sure the attack was over. I lean heavily on the doorframe of the classroom, my abdominal muscles still clenching in pain. Though the urge to vomit has passed, the nausea persists. I decide that I had better go to medical and get checked out by the shaman just in case. I can't just sit by and let her break them for good, or I might never screw again. And that would be the biggest shame of all. Not just for me, but for the poor women I'd be letting down. I have a duty to them, honestly. I creep slowly out of the school, hoping no one stops to ask what I'm doing here. But the halls seem to be deserted. I figure the other teachers have already gone home for the day, which turns out to be my one lucky break. After getting a nearly fatal kick in the balls, I probably deserve one. It feels like it takes me an impossibly long time to finally reach the mini-hospital. I walk uneasily, taking wide, bowed steps like a baby. A few people stop to stare in amused interest, but I quickly prepare a nasty glare to wear for the rest of the journey that puts a stop to that. When I get there, I'm disappointed to realize that I can't find the shaman anywhere. The hospital isn't very big, just a few exam rooms, offices, and a little hospital gallery. He's not in any of them. I guess my little bit of luck has already run out. He must be off today or have gone home already. The only one here is Bonnie. Bonnie's an excellent doctor, and I would trust her with my life under normal circumstances. I have no problems with her, or her care. It's just that for a situation like this, the idea of asking a female is too humiliating. I consider leaving, not sure I even want to bring it up in front of her. Maybe I should just go home and put some ice on it or something. But the pain in my nether region doesn't relent. In fact, now that a little bit of time has passed, it feels more swollen than ever. What if they swell up so big that it cuts off my circulation? What if they have to cut them off because the nerves are so damaged? I panic at the thought and force myself into Bonnie's office. No time to worry about niceties. This is an emergency. She looks up from her seat at her desk in surprise. "Vhala," she greets me. "What are you doing here? Is something the matter?" "Yes," I moan. "Something awful has happened. I need care right away." Her eyes flash with worry, and she starts to rise from the chair. "What is it? You look pale." She doesn't waste any time, already moving around the desk to approach me. "I got kicked in the balls. You gotta check me out, Bonnie. Make sure everything's still in order down there." She pauses abruptly, leaning back to sit on the desk. The briefest look of incredulity springs to her face. "You want me to look where?" she demands. If you ask me, she's not even trying to conceal her grin. I think it is rather unprofessional. "Bonnie, really?" I insist, my voice frantic. "I swear to you, my balls might be broken." The tiniest giggle escapes, but she quickly smothers it down. "You want me to check your balls?" she repeats. Her voice trembles with laughter, and by the end of her query, she can't hold back anymore. Her shoulders shake as she guffaws loudly, and she has to wipe the tears from her eyes. I glare at her, not nearly as amused by my plight. "Bonnie, please!" I try pleading. "Whose balls are you going to check?" A deep growl of a voice interrupts. I jump, startled, and whip my head around to see a hostile-looking He must have heard us and stands in the doorway shooting daggers with his eyes in my direction. I swallow and turn pale, instinctively cupping my injured balls once more. They can't take any more fighting. Plus, I really don't want to mess with a mated pair. There's already plenty of people that aren't thrilled by the way I conduct my romantic life, but I've gotten away with it so far. Stirring up trouble between mates is something that I won't come back from. It's a huge taboo, and a line that even I don't dare cross. To be honest, I'd lose the old seed sack first, and I don't say that lightly. I love those guys. You can help me instead," I exclaim, as a great idea takes hold. It's better than Bonnie anyway. No offense to Bonnie, but I'd prefer a male orc to a female human for such sensitive matters. "Help you what?" he replies suspiciously in his gravelly voice. "See, I want to go see Brenna," I begin to explain. Interrupts with a loud, exasperated sigh. I pause, then continue as if I didn't hear him. "I guess I was standing a little too close for comfort," I say, avoiding all the details. I don't think or Bonnie will be amused. Anyway, she kicked me in the balls, really hard. I mean, you cannot even imagine how much pain I am in. Stares at me, clearly unmoved by my plight. Then he grins. "Good. You deserved it. I hope she does it again." "What?" I shriek in outrage. How can he say such a thing? But before I can protest any further and convince him that I'm obviously the victim here, he's already grabbing my arm. He shoves me out the door, abandoning me in the hallway. I blink, trying to make sense of what just happened. What is with anyway? Why is he always so eager to throw me out of places? He did this last time, too. He must be crazy. How can anyone hear the story I told and think that I'm the bad guy? I got kicked in the nuts. Does he not understand the point of the story? I try to stick my head in through the open office door. "Bonnie, help me!" I shout, deciding to try my luck with her instead. What if this puts an end to any future generations? What if it cuts off my bloodline? "You deserve it!" Eeyore repeats again, more emphatically this time. He palms my head, pushing me back out into the hallway. He slams the door shut, and I hear the click of a lock. "If I can't have children, I'm holding you responsible," I scream through the closed door. "We are now irreconcilable enemies." I pause, taking a deep breath. My frustration has gotten the better of me, and I'm not proud of it. That's no way to convince someone to help. Bonnie, can you guys hear me?" I call, sweetening my tone. "Look, I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean it. We're not enemies. You guys are my best friends. That's why I need you now. You aren't going to just leave me like this, are you?" I lean my ear against the door, listening. "Guys?" I'm pretty sure I hear giggling. My temper flares once more. Now I'm not just mad they won't help, but because they have the nerve to laugh at me. I'm a charming orc, damn it, and I can't believe they don't see it. I ooze frickin' charm. You've always been jealous of me. That's why you're doing this. I'm on to you. But you can't keep me down. I'd be more of a man with no balls than you are with two. I scream, enraged. Panting, I lean my head against the door. I'm sorry, it really hurts, you know. It's making me act out and say some crazy things. I shouldn't take the pain out on you, but I'm having a real crisis here, Bonnie. I stop to listen again, turning my head. It's silent now. I wait for a moment, but not a sound comes from beyond the door. Are you guys still in there? I wonder out loud. You didn't sneak out the window, did you? Does Bonnie's office even have a window? Orcs. Gargoyles. Vampires. Ice monsters. Demons of the dark. These beasts seek war, destruction, and power. And there's only one thing that can tame them.
Love.
This is your chance to get the uncut and unabridged audiobook bundle.
No detail is spared.
Use discount code YouTube30 for an additional 30% off of the already discounted price.
Go to worldsofprathika.com.
Get access to countless audiobooks and discounted bundles where I talk you through every last scene.
Prothika's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive. Chapter 10. Brenna. Ever since I put Vhala in his place with one well-aimed kick, I've had 3 days of peace and quiet. Maybe he's finally gotten the message. I can hope anyway. I guess my foot finally said what he refused to hear from my lips. It's weird, though, how it turns out I'm used to having him around. I spent the first couple days looking over my shoulder everywhere I went, expecting him to pop up at any moment. When he didn't, it almost felt like something was missing. I mean, technically something was, but that was the goal. I think I'm traumatized by my stalker. I know it's crazy, and the only explanation I can think of is that he had just managed to seep into my routines. Even if it was unwanted, he was persistent. He had been at it for a while, long enough to change my expectations. Before long, I'll adjust to the way things are now. The way they were always supposed to be before some creep started following me around camp. I'm at home on a Saturday, free from work. Every Saturday I use the free time to clean the house. It gives me the chance to be more thorough, and I don't like letting mess accumulate. It's not as hard as it usually is, though, since 2 of my housemates have moved out. None of the girls are incredibly messy, but there's just a certain chaos when 7 people share a house. Now that it's down to 5, the difference is noticeable. I miss them a little, but hopefully we'll be able to stay in touch. They've moved on with their lives and found new loves. I guess that's the normal way of things. For everyone except me, it seems. In the beginning stages of their respective romances, they would sit around with the girls and giggle as everyone discussed their love lives. I always felt uncomfortable and out of place for these talks. Who am I to talk about love? I have 0 experience in that regard. I didn't blame them, of course, but it did plant a little seed of remorse within me. Maybe I was wrong to hold out so long for perfection. I had none of the stories that the other girls did. Was I stunting my own growth and maturity, waiting for a childish fantasy that would never come? I'm reflecting on this again as I clean, wondering if I've been going about things all wrong. Maybe it would be okay to consider dating, even if the man isn't Prince Charming. At least dip my feet in the water, so to speak. It doesn't help that I've been very aware of my loneliness the past few days. I've never been someone who needs a lot of attention, and I'm mostly content with my own company. I have enough to fill my time between teaching and my roommates. Still, I can't escape this new feeling that something is missing. It's probably because of those two moving out. I'm not alone with 4 roommates still here. But I do notice the void. The house is a little quieter. I guess I didn't know how much I would feel the absence. Stop it, I chastise myself. It's not like you'll never see them again. I consider putting off my cleaning to go make a visit now and see if they have any time to spare. The idea doesn't motivate me, however, and after a little more thought, the answer occurs to me. It comes like a muscle spasm, sudden, unexpected, unwanted, and unavoidable. All around unpleasant and something no one desires. I don't miss my roommates. I miss Vhala. I shake my head, focusing my attention back to a stain on the floor. That's ridiculous. There is no way that Vhala is the one I really want to see. I'm just sad that I missed out on my chance to read his book collection. I've thought about that a lot over the past few days, wondering if I made the right choice there. The sticky stain mocks me, as unwilling to disappear as my unwelcome thought. On my hands and knees, I scrub at it furiously with a rag. Someone coughs behind me, clearing his throat. The view certainly is eye-catching, an amused male voice declares. I crane my neck to look behind me and find Vhala, of all people, in my doorway. Just when I thought I had finally gotten rid of him. Guess I spoke too soon. He's like a rash. I should have known better. I scramble to my feet, turning intentionally so that he can't stare at my butt anymore. My face flames red at the thought. "Why are you back again?" I complain, and my voice has a note of exaggerated whining. "Are you some ghost that refuses to leave?" "Oh, I'm very much alive," he reassures me. His voice is low and smooth, and it sends a chill snaking up my spine. "Want to touch me to see for yourself?" With an indignant huff, I begin to straighten my clothes. I feel a bit off-centre, having been surprised by his visit. It's partly to make sure he doesn't see more of me than I'm comfortable with. If I'm being honest with myself, it's mostly an attempt to look better, as he caught me at an unattractive time. "You can take my temperature with the big thermometer behind my zipper," he quips, waggling his eyebrows suggestively. I pause abruptly in the middle of fluffing my auburn hair. For the 1,000th time, I consider the possibility that none of this is real, that I've actually fallen violently ill and been locked in a fever dream for weeks now. He's just a figment of my own imagination. It makes as much sense as believing that a guy like this really exists. "You're disgusting," I snap back. By this point, it comes easily to me, all part of our regular repartee. I don't even have to think about the words anymore. He gives me a lewd grin, not the least bit ashamed of himself. I feel a strange impulse to laugh with him, and then an immediate flood of resentment. I want to stay mad at him, and it angers me that he's making it difficult. "What are you doing here?" I continue with my tirade. "Why are you doing this to me? You can't follow me around forever." He raises an eyebrow, as if to say, "Watch me." I exhale a frustrated sigh. "I thought I finally got rid of you. Do I have to kick you in the balls every time I want a few days of peace? Because I will." Vhala crosses the room toward me. Instinctively I back up, but this only serves to corner me against the wall. I've unwittingly made myself more accessible, not less. He puts one hand on the wall behind my head, leaning closer. He doesn't touch me, though he does duck his head to my level. I'm mesmerised by how close his lips are, as the memories of our earlier kiss spring unbidden to mind. My whole body starts to heat up, thinking about it. It pains me to admit that I can see why women give themselves to him, if his kisses are any indication of his skill. If all that I wanted was someone who was good in bed, I'm beginning to see how he might fit that bill. but I'm not interested in jumping into bed with someone just for fun. No matter how good of a kisser they are, no matter how tight their muscles are, or how good their skin smells when they're standing this close, or... I try to shake myself out of my daydream, focusing my brain back on him. What? I finally whisper, to break the heavy silence that lingers between us. I want to screw you, he says hoarsely. My eyes go wide at his surprisingly blunt honesty. A part of me has to give him credit for being so truthful, but the larger part of me is shockingly appalled. Why don't you give it a try with me? He croons, his voice carrying a hint of pleading that makes me strangely weak in the knees. Suddenly I'm glad that I have the wall to support me. If we sleep together, I'll probably lose interest after that, leave you alone. I'm like that, he offers, trying to be helpful. And just like that, his spell is broken. He has an incredible skill for this. He says all the right things, and just when I'm nearly ready to cave, he adds one more thing that he never should have said at all. For someone who spends all his spare time around women, he has no idea how they think. If he wasn't so great in bed, the other women wouldn't give him the time of day. He's utterly brain dead when it comes to matters of the heart. Who wants to hear that? If I sleep with him, he pretty much guarantees he'll never talk to me again. How is that supposed to be motivational? Even if I do give up my idea of waiting for Prince Charming, I want someone that I can trust, someone gentle and respectful, not a romp in the sheets and then being treated like I never existed. Yes, I want him to leave me alone, but he's not going to bribe me into screwing him to make it happen. I stare at him, slack-jawed, trying to understand how this is literally the only thing in his mind. How can he spend this much time and energy pursuing me if all he wants is one bedroom exploit? Can it really be that good to go through all this trouble?
Chapter 11, Vhala. My feet begin to walk of their own accord. I don't pay attention to where they're going, my mind too distracted to care. I've left Brenna alone for the last 3 days. Since plying her with presence and attention did not seem to work, perhaps the better technique is to wait her out. In a week or so, she'll realize that she misses me, that she appreciates my charms, even if she's been taking them for granted so far. Then she'll be glad to see me come back. It's weird, though, how avoiding her is much harder than I expected. I'm used to avoiding girls for a few days after I sleep with them. I don't want them to get the wrong idea or think that I have any serious intentions. I might be a flirt, but I'm always honest about it. Still, I know how their minds work, so I take care to put a certain amount of distance between me and a girl after we've screwed. I can't blame them. I understand how it can bring up confusing feelings of intimacy, even if we're both in agreement that it was only for fun. The best thing to do is to give them space while those feelings die down. I'm just being responsible. You'd think that, having so much experience at it, ignoring Brenna would come easily to me. I've never had so much difficulty convincing myself to enact a boundary. It weighs on me during my walk as I try to pretend that I'm not thinking about her at all. Finally, I decide the difference is that I haven't slept with her yet. If I could just scratch that itch, I'd be able to forget her like the others. Resolved, I return to carefully thinking about how much I'm not thinking about her. I'm so busy not thinking about her that before I know it, my feet have led me to her home. I stand outside, at the edge of the yard, ordering my legs to walk the other way, but they won't move. I stare at the house, debating. My plan had been to avoid her for a week. It's only been 3 days. Originally, I'm determined to go back home, but I end up doing a series of complicated mathematical equations in my head that justify why 3 days is, in fact, the correct amount of time. Now that I've managed to excuse it to myself, it's no longer a weakness, but good sense. Emboldened, I walk up to the door. I realize that it's been left about halfway open, which isn't all that surprising here at the base. We're a rather safe community here in the Burning Sun clan. Most of us so well interwoven with the other members that there's little to fear. Plus, our patrols are more than adequate to make sure no harm comes from the outside world. I assume that the door is open to air out the house on this nice day. More importantly, it tells me that someone is home. I feel a rush of adrenaline as I softly push the door the rest of the way. It swings open to reveal the very person I'm looking for, and I try to ignore the weird little way that my heart falters in excitement. She's kneeling on the floor, giving me a perfect view of her fantastic behind. My throat goes dry at the sight, and I clear my throat. I can't help but crack a joke. "The view is certainly eye-catching," I announce. For a moment, it startles me how my voice doesn't sound like my own. It's low and raspy, and I attempt to clear it again. She stands up, her face flaming with indignation. I don't know if I'll ever get tired of that reaction. It's immature of me, but that adorably angry face does something to my insides that I just can't get enough of. She bickers with me for a moment in our usual routine. I'm almost giddy, not having fully processed how much I missed this. I feel like myself again, for the first time in days. It's a strange kind of foreplay, but I'm here for it. I'm pretty sure that she is too, based on the pinched look on her face that tells me she's trying hard to hide her intrigue. I move closer, and it doesn't escape my notice the way that she shivers. She tries to insist that she's not interested, but her body tells a different story. I'm not going to force her into anything, of course. That's not my way. But I'm also not giving up either. Sooner or later, her body will win over her brain, and I'll be ready for it. She backs up to the wall, and I lean my head closer to hers. She's pinned between me and the wall, though I don't put my hands on her. One of my hands rests on the wall behind her. But if she really wanted to, she could make her escape. It's important to me that I leave that route open, at least for now. I want to prove to myself that she stays, especially for what I'm about to say. I want to screw you, I admit. Whose voice is that? I think again. It's almost needy. I should be embarrassed if I wasn't so driven by the offer I'm about to make. Why don't you give it a try with me? I continue, trying to ignore how desperate I sound. I feel desperate at this point, as though I'm losing my mind. Her control over me is exasperating. If we sleep together, I'll probably lose interest after that. Leave you alone, I'm like that, I point out. It's the obvious way for us both to get what we want. Her face is conflicted, as a range of emotions cycle through. Some of them are disgust and frustration, but there's also moments where she's obviously considering it. "It's not going to happen," she finally replies. But her voice lacks conviction, and I notice the way that she's staring at my lips. "Now go away," she says. She puts one hand on my shoulder as if to push me away. But she doesn't. She just lets it linger there. I can feel my blood start to boil, heating up in my veins at her touch. My free hand runs up and down the smooth skin of her neck, and I see the way her hands tremble. Good, I think to myself. She started it, trying to tease me first. I hadn't laid a hand on her, but I'm the master of this game. My head drops down, my lips hovering just inches from the hollow of her neck. I don't let them connect, not yet anyway, but I do graze the flesh with my nose, a soft, gentle tickle that is hardly invasive, and yet intensely erotic. I don't want to push too far, too fast, and scare her. I'm beginning to sense that there's a pattern in her hesitation. She's afraid to admit how much she wants me, for some reason, even though it's obvious that she does. I have to prove to her that it will be okay, that she has nothing to fear with me. I suppose some of the less gentlemanly orcs may come across a bit rough and sloppy, but I'm different than them. It's the only explanation that makes sense. I'm a highly desirable partner around camp, so why else does she keep rejecting me? She's soft and innocent compared to the other girls. I'm beginning to understand what she's seeking. Lucky for her, it's something that I'm more than happy to provide. She shivers again at my touch. I press a soft kiss against her neck and can feel how her pulse races. I grin to myself and then lift my head away. Her eyes flicker with a mixture of wariness and disappointment as she watches me. I bring my lips to her ear, whispering roughly. "You want me, Brenna," I accuse. You want me so bad you're wet right now thinking about it. You're imagining how good it would feel if I took you against this wall right here, same as me. No, she denies, but her voice lacks conviction. Her head rolls back, resting against the wall, and her knees slump a little. With her neck exposed, I swoop in once more, kissing it thoroughly. She lets out a shuddering, shaky breath. Why do you fight it so much? I ask softly. Why not just give in to the pleasure that I can offer? I'm very good, you know that. Everyone knows that. And you want it. She doesn't even try to deny it this time. She just closes her eyes. I press a line of hot kisses against the skin, making my way to her collarbone. I know that my seduction on her is working, but unfortunately she's doing nothing at all, and it's working just as effectively on me. I'm doing my best to maintain control of this situation. I finally feel as though I have a grip on how things are unfolding, but I need to keep my head. She tests my willpower like no one else, though. I feel stretched tight, as though I could snap at any moment and ravish her. It would be fun for a moment, but I risk scaring her off again just when things are finally going well. So, I desperately try to cling to my last thread of self-control, resisting my baser impulses. My lips hover over her own, just about to make contact, when we're interrupted. "What are you guys doing?" A disdainful voice calls out loudly, cutting through our haze. Brenna scrambles to stand upright, shoving me off of her, and I turn to see who is ruining my life this time.
Chapter 12. Brenna. What are you guys doing? My roommate Cherry demands. She's come to an abrupt stop in the doorway, her eyebrows raised as she eyes us suspiciously. I collect myself, standing upright and shoving Vhala off me. Vhala turns around with an annoyed look on his face, but I'm a mixture of embarrassed and relieved. It's a bit awkward that Cherry caught me losing my composure like that. I hate to admit that I can't seem to control myself around Vhala. Still, I'd rather be interrupted by her than make a permanent mistake I never come back from, and I think I was perilously close to the latter. Vhala scowls at her, and I can see her temper flare. "You!" she cries. She moves toward him, slapping him in the shoulder. He drops the sour expression, startled, and puts up his arms to defend himself. She continues to slap at his forearms, and he hastily backs away, looking flustered. "You crossbreeding hussy! Stop sniffing around Brenna and go back to the barn where you belong. She deserves better than a bawdy sex worker. If I catch you here again, I'll finish what she started and cut it off," she shouts after him as she successfully chases him outside. I rub my face tiredly, feeling ashamed. She comes over to put an arm around me gently. "Are you okay?" she asks in concern. "I'm sorry," I begin, trying to redeem myself. "I didn't invite him here. He just—" Cherry cuts me off with a sympathetic smile. "Oh, Brenna, you don't have to explain. Everyone knows what he's like. It's not your fault." "It's not?" I repeat. In a way, I know that she's right. Logically, I can't explain, predict, or be responsible for his behaviour. And why should I have to? But there's a part of me that's been raised, like most women, to believe that we're to blame for how men conduct themselves around us. She shakes her head. "I'm sure it's all Vala's fault. I don't need you to prove it. How can you outwit an orc like that once he's made up his mind? He's shameless and cunning, and he doesn't follow the rules that the rest of them do." I sigh loudly, knowing that she's right. In hindsight, I'm a little bit embarrassed that I was so smug about avoiding guys like Vhala until now. I didn't mean to judge the girls who gave in to him, as many of them were my friends. But I'm seeing now that I did, at least a little. I wasn't better than them because I resisted. He probably used the same coercion on them, and I didn't understand the pressure that they felt. Men, I think scornfully. Cherry gives me a pitiful look, and I want to wring Vala's neck for putting me in this position. I'm not some weak woman being preyed on by a disgusting orc. I'm in charge of my life, and no one else. "You've got a bleak future now that he's set his sights on you," Cherry informs me knowingly. "He's not going to stop. Is this really what you want day after day?" Well, what am I supposed to do? I complain, aggravated. It's not my fault that he won't go away. She frowns a little. I'm hungry. Come in the kitchen. She starts to walk away. I blink at first, then follow her. We were just getting to the good part, and she stops for a snack. Hurriedly, I dig some pastries out in the kitchen, trying to hurry her back to the topic at hand. She chews for a moment, while I sit across from her and wait impatiently. So, I finally demand, what do I do about him? Vhala has never heard the word no, she explains. He doesn't understand it, so he's not going to take it. Not from you or anyone. You're just punishing yourself while you try to convince yourself that you're going to teach him a lesson. It won't work, and he's going to keep bothering you. I frown. It wasn't what I wanted to hear, of course, but it did seem honest. At least it matched up with my experience so far. She waves a hand at me. Day after day he'll be showing up, digging around your walls. You can't run from him. Sooner or later, he's going to catch you in a moment of weakness and break through. And the longer you wait, the more it's going to feel like he won a big prize. You're just going to teach him that if he pesters you long enough, he gets what he wants. She stands up, moving to the doorway of the kitchen. She peeks out, checking to be sure that we're still alone. Then she returns to the table, leaning toward me. Don't tell the girls I said this, she begins in a conspiratorial whisper. Some of them think it's great that you're still a virgin, and they'd kill me for this. But I think the best thing is to sleep with him. What? I demand incredulously. She puts up one hand, motioning for me to wait. I know, but hear me out. It's the only way for you to get your control back. You sleep with him, when you want, on your terms. He'll leave you alone after that, and you get your life back together. It's that or you drag this out, letting him ruin day after day chasing you. I hesitate, hating the fact that what she says makes sense, at least from a practical point of view. If I didn't care so much about it being my first time, it would be better to just get it over with, if it's inevitable. He nearly had me today, so Cherry has a point. If I'm going to cave eventually, it's better to do it on my terms, and at least have control. But it's my very first time, and I just can't picture tossing it aside to make some dumb orc slightly less annoying. This isn't what I pictured at all. I was supposed to be swept off my feet by Prince Charming. How can I give my first time to a jerk like him? I complain. I want it to be special, with someone I care about, not something I do to bribe a love-making crazed orc into leaving me alone. Cherry sits back and rolls her eyes. Brenna, I love you, but your standards are too high, she declares. I don't know where you get this nonsense from. It's just screwing. Prince Charming only exists in fantasy books, she warns. You're going to still be waiting for him when you're old and grey. I bite my lip, considering her words. This same thought has been plaguing me recently, making me question whether I'm holding out for something impossible. Maybe it would be nice to have that sort of relationship with someone. She seems to notice my reaction and leans forward again. At least with Vhala, your first time will be good, she adds, whispering again. Her eyes dart around the kitchen secretively, still afraid one of the other girls will hear her encouraging me. Most of us give it up when we're young to some goofy kid who barely knows what he's doing. Sometimes it's enough to make us swear off it for a while, because two virgins are a disaster waiting to happen. But you won't have that with Vhala. He's earned his reputation, okay? The first time usually hurts, but with Vhala, you'll be in ecstasy, not pain. Ecstasy, I squeak out. Ecstasy, she repeats firmly, leaving no room for argument. I'm a little bit shell-shocked, wondering for the second time today if making love can really be that good. Everyone else seems to treat it like it's so important that I can hardly wrap my head around it. I'm beginning to feel a bit foolish because I've gone through life convinced that the most important thing is making a connection with a handsome prince. No one else seems to believe that connection matters at all, and that screwing is integral to satisfying the demands of your body. No more, no less. It's about the physical act, not the romance. I never would have believed that, but Vhala stirs something inside of me that finally makes me understand. No matter how much I'm convinced that I loathe him as a being, I can't help but wonder how it would feel to let him go further. If it felt that good, letting him barely kiss my neck, he'd probably be able to do amazing things to the rest of my body. I start to imagine his lips travelling across my body, covering every inch of skin. I heat up from the inside, feeling hot and bothered, and there's a strange stirring of arousal from the pit of my stomach. Cherry eyes me, recognizing my glassy look. "Ecstasy," she repeats, softly this time. "Just think about it, okay? I don't think you'll regret it." She stands up from the table, starting to leave the room, but she pauses in the doorway, turning to face me one last time. "Look, I'm not telling you what to do. That's just my opinion. It's up to you. But don't tell anyone I said this because they'll kill me." She departs for her bedroom. As the door clicks behind her, I'm left alone with my thoughts. I can't stop thinking about his hands on my body, and that word Cherry used. I swallow hard, full of desire but conflicted. Prince Charming may not exist, but I could still pick someone I care about. Do I really want meaningless but mind-blowing screwing for my first time? The heat growing between my legs says one thing, even while my head says another, and for the first time, I'm not sure which one I want to win.
Chapter 13. Vhala. I tap my fingers against my desk, boredom covering my brain like a too-warm blanket. My mind keeps going back to Brenna. The image of her in my head makes me go mad. How can one woman disrupt my entire being when she denies me time and time again? I don't understand it. A sigh escapes my lips as I pull myself up to my feet. I walk around the area, seeing the trees dancing back and forth with the wind. I catch a glimpse of the chief, Loki, sitting on a bench, his mate fast asleep against his side. Her body is completely lax, taking in deep breaths. She's much smaller than him, and if I remember right, her name is Mary. Loki scowls at me from a distance and motions me over. He places his fingers against his lips in a silent gesture. I get the message and make my way over, careful not to disrupt the peaceful atmosphere. "Vhala, take a seat," he says, his tone somehow stern yet quiet. His mate doesn't stir at the noise, and I do as he says and sit on the side opposite of his mate, making sure to keep my distance. I don't want to get too close to a mated pair, especially when that pair involves the chief. He's very protective over her for good reason. If anyone wishes to harm Loki, then they will choose to go after his mate. "You seem bored out of your mind, Vhala. That girl no longer taking up space in that thick skull of yours?" he asked. He runs his fingers over Mary's side. She snuggles closer to him. "Mary was speaking about her earlier, you know," he says with a neutral expression. I internally smile at the fact that I remember her name, but quirk my eyebrow with interest when I register what he's bringing up. "About Brenna? What could Mary have wanted with her?" I ask, tilting my head to the side just a bit. The chief lifts his chin, demanding respect with the gesture. "Well, it turns out that the two are now friends. They met not too long ago and apparently talked for hours about books. That girl is a huge bookworm, just like Mary," he says with a soft smile towards his mate. This time she stirs and whines, mumbling something about being cold. Bless her heart. She let that human girl into my private library to read some of the books stored there after the council meeting. He readjusts his mate so she's now resting against his chest as he stands. He carries the smaller being with ease, the muscles of his biceps moving just a bit under the skin. Orcs and humans alike regard Mary as a kind soul, always wanting to make others smile. But judging by how Loki glances at his mate with such admiration, I'd say that the person she left the best impression on would be him. As long as Loki is around, she's one of the safest females in the clan. Anyway, Vhala, I called you over here to tell you that you best be careful around that girl. You know how protected women are here. We don't want any problems. He gives me a cold glare before walking off with his mate in his hands, Mary still resting against him. An odd feeling stirs in my chest as I watch them leave. I shake my head, dismissing the feeling, and begin walking once more. Thoughts of Brenna continue plaguing me despite the chief's warning. I have nothing better to do, which adds fuel to the fire of wanting to see her. My feet carry me forward, and the next thing I know, I'm at the chief's private library. I scan the room, finding her alone. She sits in one of the oversized love seats, her eyes not even looking up, even as I close the door behind me. I furrow my eyebrows. What could possibly be so interesting that she's this lost to the world? I walk towards her, looking at the cover she's hiding away from the public eye. She has her knees to her chest, the book in her lap with the cover against her plush thighs. The tips of her ears and cheeks are burning red as she bites her lip. I whistle internally, a smug smile already forming on my face. I can see how her eyes are scanning the page, the book utterly enveloping her. I sneak up behind her, careful not to brush against her as I look over her shoulder. I glance at the words, my eyes go wide as I realize with a smirk what type of book she's so focused on. I lean closer to her ear. I can't help but trail my hand over his well-defined chest, reaching for the belt loops of his pants. I whisper, reading a line from the page she has open. I back up as Brenna all but jumps out of her skin, letting out a scream in her shock. Almost immediately, she goes to cover the book but seems to decide against that decision. Instead, she rears back the book as if she's about to strike me with it. My instincts get the better of me, and my hand reaches out to catch her wrists. She stands in shock for a second, but I waste no time grabbing the book from her weak grasp. Embarrassment takes over her expression as I move us. With ease, I maneuver her back to where she was sitting, and I sit beside her quickly, already opening the book back to the page she was reading. "Give it back to me!" she whines, reaching for the book. I smirk and wrap my arm around her waist in such a way it pins her dominant arm against her torso, leaving her little to no wiggle room to take the book away from me. I can't help the giddy, warm feeling that spreads across my chest as I tuck Brenna against my side. It makes my heart beat out of rhythm for what seems like an eternity, and I shake my head in an attempt to force the feeling to dissipate. Brenna stops pushing away as much, a deep blush dusting her cheeks and the tips of her ears. Her eyes refuse to meet mine, and I lean down again, making sure I'm right beside her ear. Even without saying anything, I can feel the goosebumps rise on her skin, the way her breath hitches. Admiration flows through me like a river. For a second, it cools the flames of lust that seem to always burn the hottest when Brenna is around. It doesn't last very long as Brenna begins to move at my paws. The fire once again stirs, embers coming to life with a vengeance. I glance at the page she was reading and take a breath. He bites down on my shoulder, melting me beyond comprehension as a loud gasp escapes me. His hand wastes no time dipping. She interrupts my artistic reading of the passage with tiny movements. The blush is even deeper than before, her hands fidgeting with her clothing, embarrassment clawing at her. Even with her facing away from me, I can tell she's biting her lip, her thighs pressing together. She hurriedly stands up, pausing for a couple of seconds as if unsure. She drags in a deep breath and grabs my wrist. The book falls out of my grasp as I glance at her in confusion. She tugs, and while she isn't capable of moving me, I get up and let her drag me. She pulls us into a secluded corner of the library. It must be one that even the Loki himself solemnly visits, considering the amount of dust laying on numerous books. The lights are even dimmer in this area than the rest of the library, seeing as one of the overhead bulbs has long been out of commission. Shelves surround us, blocking us from most of the library's view. I lean against the wall, this time letting her have a clear escape route. She was the one dragging me into this corner, then that means that she wants something. I want to see her fight her own desires. I want to see if she finally gives in, now that she believes she has control of the situation. Her hesitation is immense as she glances behind her. Paranoia is written all over her features, and I find myself swooning over her. Her body is tense, unsure, and almost shaking as she bites her lip. When she meets my eyes, I can tell she's at her breaking point by the way she shifts her weight forward, a fragile stone about to tip over into the raging river. Satisfaction floods through me, and I can't help myself. As soon as Brenna draws a breath to utter her first word to me, I flip our position so her back is against the wall. A quiet gasp leaves her, and I relish in the sound. I press my body against hers. She allows me to stay there, her hands balling the collar of my tunic into her tiny fists. Without a second thought, I crash my lips onto her unbelievably soft ones. I can tell by the way she freezes up and relaxes within seconds that she knew this would happen. She welcomes the contact. I smirk and press against her just a bit more, feeling my body heat up just by the way she holds me close. We kiss for just a bit longer before I break away, looking at her beautiful face.
Chapter 14. Brenna. Knees going weak sounded like romantic nonsense until this. Now I can feel them liquefying with every kiss. All of me is melting, hot and needy, pressed against the wide, delicious expanse of his body as his mouth takes mine. And his mouth does take mine. It's all-consuming. My mind is always turning, always thinking, but not now. He's made me stupid for him. The only thought I have left in my ruined brain is more. Here, he mutters against my lips, barely moving far enough to even speak. I taste his words more than I hear them. Come here. Come where? It doesn't matter. At this point, I'd go anywhere he asked as long as he kissed me like this. The edge of a cliff, enemy territory, the bottom of a volcano. Anywhere. I'm not even sure where we are right now.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprothika.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Prothika.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
Vhala presses a slow, lingering kiss beneath my ear. Read it. I'm so overcome by the sensation of his breath against my ear that it takes me a while to decipher what he's just said. Huh? I ask eloquently. Like I said, he's made me an idiot. I don't care. I just want more of him. Read the book, he says, hand travelling down my stomach and stopping at my thigh. Read a line and I'll do exactly what it says. Isn't that what you imagine when you read it? When you go home at night afterwards, desperate for some time alone. My cheeks burn. It's exactly what I do at night when I'm alone and everyone else sleeps. I read and touch myself and pretend. But I'm not pretending anymore.
Chapter 15. Vhala. A virgin? In this day and age, I never even thought to ask. She's young, but not that young. I had just assumed. I'm flooded with a sense of deep remorse, because obviously I want her badly. I've put all this time into pursuing her, and to realize this late that it was a waste of effort stings. But I don't mess with virgins ever. I might have relaxed standards in most areas, but not this one. I set Brenna on the floor in a brusque, decisive motion. Then I stand up abruptly, stepping backwards to create a distance between us. Even though it's my own choice, the sudden coldness feels awkward and uncomfortable. A part of me wants to take it back, to draw her into my arms once more, but I know that would be a terrible mistake. It's the way it has to be, though, I think, straightening my clothes. Virgins are a different breed, dangerous creatures for an orc like me. I can't take the risk of Brenna getting clingy, of deciding that this means more than it does. I was just looking for a little bit of fun. But virgins always expect more. They can't help it. That emotional response from their first time is hard to ignore. They don't know how to ignore the need for promises and commitment that suddenly spring up. Even if they think they don't want these things, they always do in the end. It's something that I'm unable to offer, so I prefer to let other men handle it more sensitively. But they've been around for a bit, and that urge for intimacy is dulled. That's where I come in. Not a moment before. I've learned that lesson the hard way. Brenna is staring at me with those big, wide, innocent doe eyes that make me want to forget all my rules. I just can't, though, so instead, I offer my half-hearted apology. "Sorry," I tell her matter-of-factly. "I don't do virgins." Her face twists in confusion. "What?" "Virgins are a huge headache," I explain. "You'd definitely be one of them." I'm realizing now that the signs were there all along, and I just let my desire for her blind me from good common sense. She'd probably be one of the clingiest women in camp. Real shame, too. I could have shown her a good time. Maybe someday our paths will cross again, and she'll be more receptive to a fun romp. But right now, I know that she's not kidding about the Prince Charming stuff. And I am definitely no Prince Charming. Her face contorts again, confusion giving way to fury. She stamps her foot angrily, pointing an accusing finger at me. "Who cares if I'm a virgin?" she demands with a scowl. "Did I ask you to marry me? And who said I was going to sleep with you anyway? If you recall, I've been dodging you for weeks now." Her eyes shoot daggers at me, and if looks could kill, I'd be dead in the library right now. Then she storms abruptly away. A flash of guilt comes over me. She has a point, even if she made it accidentally. I know that she was about to cave. Any woman will eventually, when it comes to someone irresistible like me. But now that I've gotten her ready for the next step, here I am backing out and withholding the goods. It's no wonder that she's upset. I thought we were just doing a little routine. She'd play hard to get. I'd coax her anyway. Some women are like that. They don't want to make it seem too easy, and I respect that. I can understand wanting to see someone put in a bit of effort to prove themselves first. I was willing to give her the effort and jump through the hoops. I didn't understand that she was more committed to this than it being a simple test. I liked the chase of it all, and the way she made me work for it, but this is deeper than I ever thought. She's really, honestly, been holding out for perfection. She's been testing me, not as a bed partner, but as a life partner. I'm great at one, useless at the other. If she sleeps with me, she's going to think that we're mates, and I can't have that. At the same time, she's now spent weeks preparing for me. I've prodded and urged her, and now that she's finally coming around, I'm the one to back out. What a cruel disappointment this is, to her as well as me. It would have been fun, and now I'm making her go without. I begin to walk toward the door of the library, hoping to catch her. I can't help but feel that it's my duty to apologize. I didn't mean to hurt her feelings, and I know it probably comes across as a personal rejection. I'm genuinely regretful for that. Brenna's one of the best women in camp, and I didn't spend all this time courting her for no reason. I need to reassure her that she's valuable, just not a good fit for me. Someone who is willing to settle down with her will find themselves with a good catch someday. Probably soon. She's a beautiful girl. To be honest, I can't believe no one has claimed her yet. How she's remained a virgin this long is something of a mystery, because certainly she's had plenty of offers. She's spirited and unwilling to settle for less. A large part of me really admires that, even if it derails my hopes for a fun romp in the sack. Brenna really is one of a kind, and she shouldn't feel badly about that. I move briskly through the library, chasing after her. I come to a sudden stop when I find her sooner than I expect. Passing a large shelf of books, Loki and Mary spring into view. Brenna's standing in front of them, clearly taken by surprise at bumping into them. Her face is pale, eyes wide, and her mouth hangs open slightly as if preparing to explain herself, but unsure of what excuse to make. It's unnecessary, in any case. The expression on their faces is pleasant, not accusatory. But she's uneasy, thanks to our recent interaction, and feeling self-conscious. I come to stand beside her, wanting to smooth this over somehow. Not for my sake anymore, but for hers. My thoughtlessness is rippling carelessly through her life, and it doesn't feel good to watch. She turns to me and her mouth clamps shut. Brenna looks back and forth between me and them, trying to think of something to say. Giving up, she storms off once more, unwilling to spend another moment near me. Not even to save face in front of Loki and Mary. I sigh, watching her go. My mind races for some excuse to make for her behavior, but I can't begin to figure out how to arrange the words. Loki gives me a dark, suspicious look, already forming his own theories. "What did you do to her?" he demands. He doesn't look pleased. To be honest, neither does Mary. They're both staring at me as though I'm the bad guy here. I was just doing what any hot-blooded orc would do in my position. Maybe I made a few mistakes, but that doesn't make me a horrible monster. Loki's just been tied down to Mary for too long to remember what it's like. At least, that's what I tried to convince myself of. But for the first time, as I watch Brenna sail out of the library, it's really hard to believe that. Maybe, at least a little bit. I kind of am the bad one in this story. I'm definitely not good anyway, as uncomfortable as it is to admit that. I'm not ready to say it out loud, though. "Nothing," I snap at Loki. His words rattle my guilty conscience, a little too close for comfort. "I didn't do anything," I repeat with a frown. It feels somehow both like the truth and a lie. I didn't do what I wanted to do, and I didn't do what they assume I did. But I'm not sure that I get to claim I didn't do anything. Not anymore. I definitely deserve some of the blame for the mess I've found myself in. Maybe all of it. I've never been very good at accepting responsibility for my actions, so it's a bitter pill to swallow, inexperienced as I am. Loki's still giving me the evil eye. Mary doesn't look angry like Loki does, but she's noticeably uncomfortable. I can understand it. As a human woman, she's naturally inclined to want to protect Brenna. But as the mate of an orc, she doesn't want to pick sides. Plus, Mary is just a kind person who would want to leave everyone happy, but she's not sure how. Because there's no way for her to tell me that I'm being a jerk that she can think of a nice way to say. "It's okay." I already know it deep down. She doesn't have to say the words out loud for me to get the message. I've gotten there all on my own. I sigh again and start to leave the library, wanting to find Brenna. I have a lot to make up for, and there's no time like the present. Loki calls after me, a warning note in his voice. "Vhala." I pause in my movements, turning in the doorway to face him. "Yeah?" "Be careful when you play with fire, or you just might burn yourself." Ignoring him, I push open the door to run after Brenna. Chapter 16. Vhala. I hurry out of the library, catching a glimpse of Brenna as she fast walks away. She's not lingering at all, clearly quite serious about getting far away from me. I break into a run, determined to catch up to her. Brenna, wait!" I plead. She moves even faster and won't even turn around to look at me. I have to pick up my pace to catch her, panting a bit when I finally cut in front of her. She just shakes her head defiantly, refusing to speak. She tries to go around me, but I stand in the way, unwilling to let her pass until we talk this out. Angrily, she tries to scratch at me. Orc skin is tough, and this is overall an ineffective tactic. It does manage to annoy me slightly, and it's hard to have the conversation I want this way. I finally sling her over my shoulder like a bag of rice. She screams loudly and angrily. But she's outraged, not scared, and it's clear in her voice. Even though there's plenty of witnesses, they just stop to look at me quizzically. "We're having a lover's spat," I announced to the gathering crowd. I repeat it a few times as new onlookers stop and stare. The explanation is enough, partly because I'm an elder and everyone knows me, and partly because she does sound like an angry lover more than a panicked, fearful woman. They nod their heads and continue along their way. In moments, everyone has dispersed, uninterested in our drama. I carry her home, repeating the same lover's spat as needed. It's sufficient and no one stands in my way. She struggles angrily over my shoulder for a while, but finally gives up, exhausted and breathless. When we arrive at my home, I kick open the front door. I don't dare put her down yet. I've worked this hard to get her here, and I don't want to have to chase her again. She's getting my apology, whether she wants it or not. The door springs open with a well-placed punt from my heel. I march inside, finally setting her down. My body blocks the door frame as I shut the door behind me, ensuring that she stays put long enough to hear what I have to say. Though she had given up struggling in my grip, the fight seems to return as soon as I release her. She rains blows across my shoulders, trying to beat me to release her frustration. For a moment, I just let her hit me, feeling as though I deserve it. I deserve more, but this is a start. Then I'm jolted into reality, remembering the way that she hurt her hand before. She's so angry I've almost forgotten, but a human woman is weaker than me. Not much of an act of apology if it involves letting her hurt herself. I grab her wrists gently, making her stop before anything worse happens to her. Stop, I plead earnestly. She tries to yank away from me, but finally settles, though she furrows her brow into an angry scowl. It's not you, I begin. I know. It sounds wild that I follow you for weeks, then back out just because you're a virgin. And that's not anything to be embarrassed about. I just don't do virgins. Something awful happened to me once, and I learned a valuable lesson. She narrows her eyes, unconvinced. I can sense that I'm losing her. I hesitate, wondering if I should say anything more. My story is intensely personal, not something that I ever share, and I'm loath to open up to her. I debated internally for a few minutes, trying to decide. The idea of explaining myself fills me with embarrassment, and I desperately want to avoid feeling that vulnerable. But a part of my brain realizes that the only way to deal with her own feelings of embarrassment and vulnerability are to offer myself like a sacrifice, but hope that she is appeased once we are on equal ground again. I look unwaveringly into that beautiful, angry face that I've grown so attached to, and am convinced. My doubts finally fly away, deciding that it's worth opening up if it's for her. I'd never consider it for anyone else. When I was much younger, I begin my tale. She's still glowering furiously. I squeeze her wrists gently, silently urging her to listen. I slept with a female orc. This was before I became the amazing stud with the great reputation that you know today. I wasn't as experienced then, and she was a virgin. She purses her lips, looking annoyed. I continue, undeterred. I didn't love her, but I also didn't take the time to make that clear. I thought we were just sort of messing around, but she wanted her virginity to be a precious gift that she gave to someone she mated to for life. I had no idea when we slept together that I was now it, so to speak. I let go of her wrists, having a hard time looking Brenna in the face. I pace around the living room, my throat getting tight. So, in her mind, I have to be her mate, because she wouldn't give up her virginity to someone who wasn't. I'm thinking, whoa, what? I never agreed to this. But I tried, honestly. I did. It was a horrible idea. We weren't suited for each other at all, and losing your virginity to someone does not somehow guarantee that you're compatible. I was miserable, she was jealous and insecure. We were always fighting, it was so toxic. I turn around, hesitantly trying to read Brenna's expression. My nerves ease up slightly when I realize that she's beginning to show at least a touch of interest. She's not as angry now, and instead, there's an attentive gleam in her eye. I look away once more, steeling myself to say the rest. My stomach is beginning to knot up. It's still painful to think about years later. It wasn't going to work, but she couldn't give up. I was trying to give her what she wanted, but I just didn't have it in me. She finally... I pause, taking a deep, fortifying breath. She burned her house down. What? Brenna exclaims. I turn to face her, and she is looking at me as if I've grown 3 heads. I nod, unable to talk over a strange lump in my throat. Finally, I clear it away, and then sit down. I feel suddenly drained. She had this wild idea that if she was in danger, I'd be so scared for her and realize what she meant to me. Like it would put a fear into me of losing her, and then I'd value her. Except she couldn't wait for me to realize it on my own, so she created the danger. She lit the house on fire and waited for me to save her. Brenna's mouth is hanging open, and she looks entranced. I can feel something pricking at my eyes and turn away once more. I don't want Brenna to see that. It's too humiliating. I tried. At this point, I feel a numbness beginning to creep through me. I stare distractedly out the window, hardly recognizing my own voice. It's as if I've left my body and I'm listening to someone else tell the story. I tried to save her. I couldn't. She died. And I almost died too. I sigh wearily. I don't know. Sometimes I think maybe she was right after all. If I had loved her, I would have tried harder. Maybe it would have turned out differently. Maybe her only mistake was putting her faith in someone like me. Anyway, that's why I don't sleep with female orcs or virgins. I'm startled from my reverie by Brenna slapping me in the arm. She peeks at me. Why didn't you tell me? I shake my head. I didn't think it mattered. You didn't think I was a virgin, you mean? I can't argue. She's right. Wasn't that the point of the story? I didn't, I admit. But that's why I'm at least honest about it now. It's easier when you know exactly where you stand and there's no expectations. What's so wrong about two people taking care of each other? She fumes. Nothing, I answer hurriedly. I think it's great what Loki and Mary have, or Bonnie and or whoever. It's just not me. I don't think I have that in me. She looks at me disdainfully, and I know what she's thinking. I'm just spoiled and selfish, and maybe she's right. But it's more complicated than that. My father married my mother, I continue, trying to make her understand. He was a playboy who could never settle down, could never make her happy, never give her what she wanted. She died. I clear my throat, trying hard not to choke up visibly at the memory. I take a moment to gather myself, then continue. I don't think it's a coincidence that I had that same experience. I met someone who wanted me enough to die for it, and I just couldn't match that interest, that enthusiasm. I think maybe some people just aren't cut out for that ever. Maybe it's genetics, I don't know. I shrug. I'd rather be honest about it, so women know right from the start not to ask for something that I don't have to give. I'm not worth dying for, believe me. It's not them, and it's not you. It's me. I clear my throat again. Anyway, I'm sorry for being so persistent with you. I should have just left you alone like you asked. She stares at me, her eyes round and unblinking. I can't read her masked expression. What's the point of you apologizing? She decides finally, after a long, thoughtful silence. I don't care anymore. You wanted me to change my mind, and I did. Don't worry, I won't ask you to take responsibility. And my heartbeat skips as she bends over, pressing her lips against mine urgently.
From the depths of the darkness of Prothika,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Prothika Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Prothika at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprothika.com. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 17. Brenna. Dimly, the back of my mind is urgently whispering some nonsense, some boring, droning lecture to be responsible. an appeal to my better nature. Didn't I want more? Wasn't I waiting for Prince Charming to sweep me off my feet? But I'm so tired of waiting. A voice very much like Cherry's sultry tones murmurs that sleeping with Vhala is like ecstasy. His lips move against my own, again and again, expertly. I don't even mind that the way his tongue curls against mine is practiced. Not when a guttural, surprised moan follows whenever I press tightly against him. At least he acts like it's the first time, and he's a fantastic actor. I can see why all the women are so enamored with him in bed. When I curl my fingers against the base of his neck, he pulls away, blinking slowly. He almost looks dazed, almost as affected as I am by all of this. It's a very pretty lie. Vhala. I like the way his name tastes on my lips. I savour it. I want you. Vhala drops soft, open-mouthed kisses along my neck. My knees buckle, and my entire body goes pliant against his. I'm all too aware of how much stronger he is than I am when his broad hands easily circle around my waist. How long am I supposed to wait for some perfect, mystical man to fall in love with me? Am I just supposed to waste away and read books about love, about screwing, and never taste what it is for myself? Why not just settle for one goddamn night of heaven on earth? What the hell do I have to lose? The practical, responsible side of me whispers my virginity. But what has virginity ever gotten me in this dangerous world? I can't buy anything with it. It doesn't protect me from death or illness.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. As much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprathika.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Prothika.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. Are you hurt? I shake my head. He breathes out, rough, and rubs his hand across his face. Would you like to go to bed? At first I think he's asking if I want to sleep, but then I understand that we're lying in a heap on the floor. We hadn't even made it into his living room before we took each other apart, desperate. I nod, and he guides me into his bedroom. It's filled with odd contraptions and human books. There's a strange, box-like device with glass and a small, black-pronged tail. There's a seat with wheels, a doll with one eye, and a long, brightly painted board. Artifacts? I ask, pointing to the clutter. He almost looks embarrassed. I haven't had a chance to catalogue these yet. I don't usually bring women back to my place. Is that right? That shouldn't make me feel so warm inside, but it does. Maybe he'll always be a playboy, but here's a side of him no one else gets to see. Well, now that you've got one here, what do you intend to do with me? His eyes gleam. As much as I'd love to explain every intricacy of these artifacts to you, I'm sure you're eager to get to bed. Impossibly, he looks like he's getting aroused again. Vhala sits on the bed and pulls me down alongside him. Desperate for much-needed rest, he murmurs against my neck, brushing his lips against the column of my throat. How is it that I want him again? I don't want to hurt you, he says, sounding regretful. As much as I want to be inside you, you'll be sore. I don't care. But you will, he argues. Just let me take care of you tonight, and you can take care of me again in the morning. I want to disagree, but the thought of taking care of him in the morning is so appealing that I nearly moan at the thought of it. Ever since I saw his piercing, I long to taste it. I want to know how he'll fit inside my mouth, how he'll taste, and the thought of him taking care of me. My toes curl against his bedsheets. His mouth works me relentlessly gently. His tongue soothes away any lingering soreness, and it's a sleepy, hazy sort of pleasure. I don't have to do anything but lie there. My left hand curls into his hair, and I let myself drift higher and higher until he drives me to my peak. When I come, it's like a wave of lazy sunshine fills my body and slowly radiates outward. My last thoughts before I drift off to sleep in his arms are that Cherry was right. Ecstasy.
Chapter 18. Vhala. There's a strange feeling of déjà vu as I watch Brenna bent over in the same position that I met her. This time, I recognize her right away, despite the way that she stretches with her forehead pressed against her knee. I don't need to see her face. I'd recognize that behind anywhere. I'd follow that behind into battle. It bounces as I stare, transfixed by the vision before me. I know that I should look away. She got awfully grumpy last time she caught me eyeing her, but I can't make myself turn away. The vision is too appealing, one that I'm willing to die for. She slowly stands up and turns around to face me. Frozen in place, I can only offer a sheepish grin as her eyes meet mine. I'm caught, and there's no use pretending otherwise. To my surprise, she doesn't yell, throw things, hit me, or even fold up her silly little exercise mat. Instead, she flounces over to me saucily, and her fingers begin tracing idle patterns on my chest. "Did you see something you like?" She breathes in a flirty tone. A small part of my brain starts to flash danger, knowing that something about this exchange seems off. This isn't the Brenna that I know. But her hand grips my pants, forcefully shoving my crotch up against her smooth stomach, and I'm too far gone to care. I'm utterly entranced by this ferocious, lust-crazed Brenna. Real or not, I'm sticking around waiting to see what happens next. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprothika.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Prothika are waiting for you.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
I blink awake slowly, trying to dispel the confusion. The lingering effects of my dream are still rampant in my brain, which doesn't help as I try to orient myself. I glance around the room, trying to piece together what's happening. I've never woken up next to a woman before, much less let one stay the night in my own home. As soon as the action stops, I like to make my exit, reducing the chance of confusion as to what my real intentions are. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprothika.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Prothika.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. I've been with lots of women, but never any like Brenna. Usually, when the screwing is done, I'm ready to head for the metaphorical hills. Nothing against them, of course. It's just that I've gotten what I came for, and that's all there is to it. Brenna is different somehow. I keep finding myself wanting to put my hands on her yet again, even after we finished only a few seconds before. I want to try again, to see what new height we can find, to consider what comes next. For someone who didn't know what they were doing, it's remarkable that she's the best I've ever had. I feel like I finally met my match, met the one partner that I don't get tired of and constantly crave more from.
Chapter 19. Brenna. It's been a month since I first gave myself to Vhala. After all my hesitation and worries, it's been just as fantastic as Cherry said it would be. I finally get why women make time for meaningless, no strings attached screwing. It feels incredible. Sure, sometimes people who are in love screw. But I'm starting to see how it doesn't have to be a requirement. The action itself is fun, good exercise like yoga. It doesn't have to come with a lifetime commitment. I'm not completely sure how it will feel when he's done with me and moving on to the next woman. Will I just find someone else now that I know what I'm missing? It's hard to imagine. Even though I don't have feelings for him, Vhala is a great partner. We've been going at it like animals. I haven't had to really think about it yet. I assumed he would move on to someone new by now, and I'd have to work this out for myself. But he hasn't. I guess I'll just cross that bridge when we get there. For now, I'll take as long as he offers, because he really is fantastic in bed. Well worth whatever the price ends up being. I think the worst-case scenario might be that I never find anyone else as good as him. It's a little troubling, because before I had no idea what I was missing. But even if he does find a new partner, it's not like he's going to commit to them either. So maybe we can continue to have casual intercourse, even if it's in between others. Who knows? Maybe I really will find someone I desire as much as Vhala, and maybe someday I'll find someone that I love. I have absolutely no concerns about falling for Vhala. He's such a meathead. There's plenty of room in my life for Prince Charming if he ever does finally appear. But Vhala is fun while I'm waiting. He's not Prince Charming, but he can be Prince will do for now. There are no worries that anyone else will be confused either. We barely acknowledge each other outside of the bedroom. I mean, I don't think he'd run me down in the streets, but no one would mistake us for having a relationship. We act like barely acquainted strangers. I think most people would be surprised to learn we've ever slept together, much less repeatedly. I'm actually kind of proud of myself for being able to play it so cool. I thought the emotional side of lovemaking would be so much stickier than it really is. I guess there's an advantage to it being someone like Vhala, who has annoyed me so much in the past that it's hard to feel any romance toward him. He hasn't said anything about it since the day that he first explained his thoughts on relationships. I promised that I wouldn't hold him responsible for any future commitment, and I meant it. But it hasn't even had to be discussed again. We avoid anything personal. We don't talk about feelings. We don't talk about private matters. We don't even talk about ourselves. The less we know about each other, the better. All I need to know is that, while his size is a bonus, he also knows how to use it. And he does it well, night after night, leaving me weak in the knees. It's been a month, and I still heat up just thinking about it. Other than that, it's like we made an unspoken agreement not to interfere in each other's lives. We have no claim on each other and are free to come and go as we please. It's just that, right now, he keeps coming back, and I'm not complaining. Not a single soul knows, though I wonder if anyone suspects it. He doesn't pursue me with the same dogged determination that he once did. I don't know if they assume that he gave up, or that he got what he wanted. It's hard to guess, and I'm not sure if I care what anyone thinks anyway. It's kind of fun having this be our little secret. One day I leave the school after class is dismissed for the day. I meander around camp for a bit. I have a few errands to run, and I'm in no special hurry to get home. I know Vhala won't be coming around until later, and it surprises me to realise that I have his schedule memorised. Well, you do see him every day, I remind myself. Don't read too much into it. My ears perk up when I overhear his name. At first, I think I invented it. I've just got Vhala on the brain. But I stop and pause anyway, curious to hear what they are saying. It's a few orcs clustered outside the pub, deep in casual conversation and gossip. They don't even notice me a few feet away, listening in. Not that they'd care if they did. No one has any reason to think I have any connection to Vhala. He's going as the elder. The rest of his team will be elite orcs. I think he gets to pick them, but I'm not sure who yet. But why? Another orc asks. What's the mission? Scout orcs found a settlement nearby that they want him to check out further, see what their deal is. if they're friend or foe and all that. They continue chatting about it idly, but the words don't sink in. I'm too startled by what I've already heard, trying to process it. Vhala is leaving to check out a settlement. For how long? I wonder to myself. It stings that he hasn't even bothered to say anything to me, and I try to brush aside the uncomfortable, prickly feeling that it gives me. Why do you care what Vhala does? My brain demands indignantly. Have you become so brazen and love-crazed that you can't give him up even for a few days? You're going to be in for a big surprise if he moves on to someone new entirely. It's been a little while since I've considered the prospect of him finding a new partner. The first few days, I assumed that it would happen any time. An orc like Vhala prefers a moving target. He's always searching for the next thing. But it didn't, and I've gotten rather comfortable with our routine lately. The unpleasant reminder that he can disappear at any time and doesn't owe me any explanation rankles me. I try to make excuses in my head, deciding that I'm just bothered he would leave out this new discovery. It isn't that I care about Vhala, but the new settlement is an interesting development. It's not unreasonable to think he might share that with me, as a friend. Are we even friends? I'm starting to think not, and I wonder why I care. Until this moment, I don't know if I would have called him my friend either. But suddenly it bothers me for him to say the same thing. I briefly, for one hazardous moment, consider confronting him about it. I think I have a right to know some things, as someone who shares his bed every night. Maybe we need some ground rules about just how many secrets we're allowed to keep. Luckily, in a flash of good sense, I realise that would be a terrible mistake. This is the slippery slope that he was afraid of. I begin to feel one iota of attachment, and it all snowballs from there. I have no right to ask him for anything, and I need to remember that. I don't want to start down this path. I begin to walk away from the orcs at the pub, lost in my own thoughts. Is it true? Have I begun to develop feelings for him? It's hard for me to wrap my head around. I try to reason my way out of it, deciding that it's just the natural response to our continued familiarity. I've spent so much time with him lately that it makes me a bit confused. I don't want him for a partner anywhere but in the bedroom, that's for sure. Maybe it's good that he's going away for a few days. A little distance between us will help cool things down, and maybe he had the right idea in the past. He always moved on to the next girl after a few days, and I see why now. I thought I was lucky, that I got to keep him to myself for weeks. But it feels now like there's a price to pay for that. Perhaps we should consider seeing other people. We can always have a fling now and then, but maybe he shouldn't be a long-term, exclusive partner. That's too much like a relationship, and it's too easy to get mixed up. For now, my priority is to nip this in the bud. If I did develop any sort of feelings, it was purely by accident and proximity. He's not the orc for me, that's for sure. I want more than someone good in the sack. Maybe there's no Prince Charming, but there has to be more to life than that. Someday, I can't develop feelings for an orc like Vhala, thoughtless and insensitive and screw-focused Vhala. He's a pretty face, but a selfish heart. I'm lost in my own thoughts, reflecting on the irritation I feel that he seems to have seeped into my life around the edges, that I didn't guard carefully enough. He even warned me of this, and I said I could handle it. Well, that's okay, I think. It's not too late to fix it. I'm not even paying attention when I round a corner, crashing into another orc. "Oh!" I exclaim, startled. "I'm sorry!" Chapter 20. Brenna. I lift my eyes to see just who I've assaulted. Big, serious eyes look down at me in concern. "No, I'm sorry," he replies. "Are you okay?" His concern is touching. I guess I've gotten used to Vhala, who only seems to think of himself. Then I blink, looking closer, and the pieces fall into place. "Helen?" I question. This isn't just some random orc. I know him, at least slightly. He's a friend of Vhla's. He does a comedic little bow that makes me giggle. "In the flesh," he replies. Then he notices my books scattered across the ground. Like a true gentleman, he drops to his knees to gather them for me. He doesn't hand them back right away. Instead, he collects them in one large hand, getting to his feet. "May I walk you home?" he asks. "I'm going to the library," I reply. He winks. "I can walk there too," he points out playfully. I giggle again and agree. We continue side by side on the way to the library. I don't feel flustered around this orc the way that I usually do with Vhala, but his company is still a welcome presence. It feels friendly and easy, unstrained. We chat idly as I ask him more about himself. Most of my questions have a way of centering Vhala in the discussion, but Helen doesn't seem to mind. He answers them without hesitation and offers me several funny stories from Vala's past. It's as if he knows what I'm really asking. I'm trying to get a read on my strange, unexpected bed partner. Even though I know Vhala, I don't really. Not outside of the bedroom. The tales that Helen briefly shares on our walk paint a picture that, while intriguing, isn't necessarily surprising. They all showcase Vhala as exactly the orc I judged him to be. A bit shameless, self-aggrandizing and flashy. Maybe I do know him after all. Helen isn't trying to make Vhala look bad. He's simply offering me exactly what I've asked for. That's just who Vhala is. I suspect that Helen doesn't spend much time questioning it. There's a certain tone in Helen's voice that tells me, in some ways, he admires and exalts Vhala for his rather wild behaviour, but it can get a bit distasteful for Helen's more sensible outlook on life. Still, I can tell that they're close friends, and Helen bears him no ill will. It's funny to listen to Helen talk, which confirms that Vhala isn't putting on an act to impress me. This is just who he is, bold, loud, and reckless. I appreciate Vala's spirit, and the tales are highly entertaining. I laugh a lot as Helen talks, but deep down, it reconfirms everything that I had just been thinking. Vhala is not someone I want to fall in love with. At the library, we finally stop talking about Vhala. Instead, we learn about each other. I'm surprised to realise that we're almost like mirror images of each other, on the inside. On the outside, of course, we couldn't be more different. But it's easy to stop thinking of him as an orc and me as a human when we have so much in common. We get drawn into lengthy conversations about our favourite books, and somehow it begins to feel as though I've known him forever. Like I can't remember a time when we weren't old friends, even though just a few minutes ago I wasn't convinced I remembered his name. Helen likes to read, just like I do. Vhala likes to read too, but it feels different somehow. Like Vhala just reads to give the appearance of being well-read and intelligent. He doesn't absorb the words, the spirit of the book the way that I do, the way that Helen does. We pore over pages, debating their meaning and the author's intent. We study and analyse and think out loud and bounce ideas off each other. It feels exhilarating to have someone understand this side of myself who has always craved this. I find myself watching Helen, absorbed in another book so fully that he doesn't even notice my stare. He's so refined, so elegant and serious. There's a gravity to him that makes me wonder why he isn't the elder. He seems more suited for the part than Wild Vhala ever did. After a while, it begins to grow late. Glancing out the window, I can see that the sky is getting dim. It's not night yet, but certainly well into the evening. Helen has been some stiff competition in the reading department, and my eyes are starting to burn. I loved every moment of it, but I need a break. I start to put my books away, making sure everything is neat and orderly before I leave. I take my time, not in any rush to bring this evening to an end yet. I can't read any more tonight, but I do enjoy the company. Helen does the same, helping me clean up. I'm genuinely impressed by how considerate and thoughtful he is. The orcs are kind to us humans, but they don't always seem to feel they need to lower themselves to our chores. If it's easy enough for a human to do, it's almost demeaning for many orcs to bother with. Helen doesn't have any of that pretense or superiority. When our things have been gathered, we stare at each other for a moment. I get the feeling that he, like me, is in no big hurry to leave. It doesn't feel awkward, but we both search our minds for a new topic, one that isn't Vhala or books. Did Vhala tell you about his mission? Helen asks tentatively, feeling me out. Well, I guess I was the only one ready to stop talking about Vhala. Still, now that the topic has come up again, I can't help but pry a little. I heard something about it, I reply evasively. I can't decide if I want to grumble to Helen or not. Somehow it seems a bit embarrassing that Vhala didn't share the information with me himself, and I'm not sure I want to admit something so humiliating to Helen. Though I still don't know why I should care. It's not like Vhala owes me any explanations. It won't be long, he reassures me. Only a couple of days. I frown. Where exactly is he going again? I try to pretend like I'm just forgetful, that I've heard all this before. Helen glances out the window, noting the time. May I walk you home now? We can talk more on the way. He grins, a small but genuine crack of a smile that warms his otherwise serious face. You weren't ready to go home when I offered earlier, but I'm persistent. I giggle again. You really don't like the thought of me roaming the camp unattended, I tease. His face turns solemn once again. No, it's not that, he reassures me. It's not that I don't have faith in you to take care of yourself. I just think companionship is nice. Solitude is fine sometimes, but I get enough of that. I nod, patting his arm. I agree, I reply. Companionship is nice. He smiles again. Then let's go, companion, he urges, crooking his elbow toward me. I slip my arm into his, and we begin the walk out of the library and back toward my house. As we go, I ask him a few more questions about Vhla's mission. It doesn't sound like it's much of anything to be concerned about. No great danger, as they're just looking around and gathering information. It will only be a few days, and not very far away. All in all, there's not much to really say about the matter. I just can't help but wish I was hearing it from Vhala, not Helen. When we get to my house, I say goodbye to Helen. I'm in a good mood as I walk inside, and momentarily forget that I've been doing my best to give my nosy roommates the slip for the last few weeks. I just know that they'll start nosing around and unearth all kinds of information about me and Vhala that I've been trying to keep secret. We're nothing, officially, and I'd like to keep what happens between us in private. Still, I know my roommates will see right through me. They're going to pry and cajole me, and I'll cave in seconds. I know I will. Then it won't be our little secret anymore. The easiest way to avoid their questions is to avoid them. But right now, my head is too full of Helen and my good mood to remember that. I open the door without hesitation. It all comes rushing back to me, too late, as I'm greeted by a sea of curious, sceptical eyes. They're sitting around on the furniture, lounging in assorted positions. Everyone straightens up when I walk in the room, making it immediately clear that they've been here waiting for me. I can feel my heart begin to race nervously. Hi, I greet warily, uncertain of myself. Their eager, inquisitive faces stare, demanding answers. I can see the probing questions jump to their lips, and before I know it, everyone is talking at once. I should have snuck in the back door.
Chapter 21, Vhala. I wipe my face tiredly, relieved to finally be back with my clan. That was 4 days of my life, utterly wasted. But it's over now. There was no settlement at all. Nothing to check out. I could have just stayed home. Annoyed, I briefly considered telling Loki that he needs to vet his information more thoroughly. Then I realized that was the point of sending me. Well, I've vetted it, and the conclusion is false. The entire thing was just a scheme cooked up by a rival clan. They were trying to lure us out, searching for this made-up settlement so that they could ambush us. Luckily for us, Loki was particular about who he sent out. My team was the best of the best, and we stood up to them with minor injuries. Can't say the same about the other clan. Maybe at least they'll think twice before they pull a stunt like that again. It's done with. I'm ready to put the last 4 days behind me and relax. I just want to go home, forget everything, and unwind. In my personal experience, there's one method for unwinding that stands superior and never fails. And it happens in the bedroom. Well, sometimes the kitchen, sofa, or outdoors. I'm no prude. That means I have one stop to make before I seal myself indoors. I go home just long enough to clean up, certain that Brenna will appreciate it. I've been surrounded by stinky orcs who got stinkier by the day, and I can't even smell myself anymore. I might have broken my nose with overload. A shower is essential. When I feel clean and refreshed, I briefly rest for a moment on the couch. The desire to lay there, tired as I am, is nearly overwhelming. I consider taking a nap rather than going to find Brenna. It's hard to push myself off the couch, but I finally do so. I'm tired, but my want to see her takes precedence. I've gone without for 4 whole days. That's not usually unbearable. I've done it before, but it feels somehow more noticeable and poignant this time. A thought flashes across my mind, questioning whether it's really about the lovemaking. I can go without it. Perhaps it's really her that I can't go without. I push it aside, unwilling to explore it further. She's just a fantastic bed partner. And that's what makes 4 days apart feel more like 4 weeks. I don't miss her or anything crazy like that. That would require feelings that I don't have, that I can't have. It's just the way that I am. I make my way through the base, heading in the direction of her house. Idly, I keep my eyes peeled in case we cross paths, but she's nowhere to be seen. I take my time, still hoping to run into her. I'm not particularly eager to show up at her house, as it just seems a bit too clingy for an orc of my stature. As I meander, my ears perk up at the sound of her name. I pause, trying to figure out where it came from. Slowly looking around, I determine that the source is a few orcs standing in front of the pub, gossiping. They don't notice me yet. You think it's getting serious? She's the one that Vhala was chasing endlessly. I grit my teeth, feeling a flash of annoyance at the way he puts it. I wasn't chasing her endlessly. I was flirting, and I succeeded. I'm half tempted to march up to him and point that out, but we've been keeping things low-key. Besides, I want to hear the rest. I think so, another replies. It has to be. Brenna doesn't just go with anyone. Every day, she's out with Helen. At this, my temper flares to life. I stomp over, drawing their eyes, and grab the orc, who seems to have all the information. What's Brenna doing with Helen? I snap. His eyes go big, obviously hesitant to say anything more to an orc already on the edge. He wavers, but finally decides that refusing to speak will make me angry as well. Nervously, he begins to stammer out a reply. Vhala, you're back. How was it? He tries. I shake my head, still holding him firm in my grip. What's Brenna doing with Helen? I repeat, lowering my voice into a threatening growl. He sighs. There's a hint of apology in his voice that infuriates me, as though I'm some loser deserving of pity. Brenna and Helen have been hanging out lately. They go to Loki's library all the time and read together. I guess they've decided they have a lot in common. Everyone's been talking about how they get along so well. He trails off at the end, leaving off the most important piece. But I know what he's not saying. If they get along so well, are they destined to mate? I scowl at the idea, my forehead wrinkling. How can this be? Angrily, I let go of the orc, turning away. I've heard enough. The first orc can't resist calling after me as I walk away. They're in the library right now if you don't believe us. My teeth grind as I walk away, my jaw clenched, but I don't even notice. I'm too busy stewing in my outrage. I forgot that Helen likes books as well. It's such an obvious thing for him to bond with Brenna over. But Helen knows about my relationship with Brenna. We've been playing it cool, but he's the one orc who knows everything. He wouldn't do that to me. It can't be true, can it? I make my way to the library in an angry haze. I can feel people watching me in confusion, wondering what's wrong with me. But it rolls right off my shoulders, not even penetrating. I can't focus on that when I'm fixated on the nauseating prospect of Halan and Brenna getting cozy. The very idea makes my stomach churn. Helen is both family and friend. He's been there for as long as I can remember, and I've always been able to count on him to have my back. We might be different, but I thought our bond was unshakable. My cousin and my what? I wonder. What exactly is Brenna to me? You didn't want it to get serious. A nagging little voice in my head reminds me in a smug tone. You know what's not serious? When she's going off with another orc altogether. She gave you all the space you wanted, and it turns out Helan fits there perfectly. Ha! I ignore it for now, unwilling to confront that uncomfortable thought. Right now, I'm happy channeling my anger onto Helan. I'm not interested in sorting out what my responsibility for this mess is. Besides, there's still a part of me that doesn't completely believe it. I just can't fully grasp that Helan would betray me like that. I'm half hoping that I'll walk into the library and find this is all a terrible, silly mistake. The gossipy orcs have blown everything out of proportion. Nothing else makes sense. But when I walk inside, the nightmare quickly becomes very, very real. No longer an abstract fear or a what if. My heart sinks as I watch Brenna and Helan's heads hunched over a book. Their shoulders are touching and they giggle and talk in low voices. For a moment, I just freeze. I want to run. I want to scream. I want to throw something. But I can't do any of that. It's like a punishment. A torture designed specifically to cause me the greatest level of pain, and I can't escape. I just stand there shaken to my core as my muddled brain tries to work through it. The rest of the room seems blurry. My senses dulled elsewhere as all my energy gets channeled toward the horrible scene playing out before my eyes. She giggles again, and there's a sharp pain in my chest to realize how much I missed that sound over the last 4 days. But this time she's giggling for him. I had no idea it would feel like this. My throat goes dry and there's a scratchy, prickly sensation in my eyes, like I have a cold and it came on instantaneously. Halan looks over at her, offering an amused smile. He points at something in the book, then looks toward her once more. Playfully, he bumps his shoulder against hers, and she leans over to read along. It brings their heads even closer. I see her lips move, but I can't hear anything over the dull roar of my pulse pounding through my own head. It feels like a drumbeat, urging me toward violence. My blood starts to boil as the shock wears off and my face grows hot in anger. I feel so many conflicting emotions, none of which I care to sort through right now. They all seem to compete, trying to decide which is most important, strongest, and the most significant. It's too much for me, in my state of overwhelm and overload, and I pay no mind to the battle that rages under my surface. I'm an orc, as I've said before, who rarely likes to use aggression. I don't like to fight, but I rely on my brain to control those primitive instincts, and that part of me seems to have shut off. It's no longer available. And that's how I find myself bellowing across a quiet library, completely out of character, and as startled as everyone else. What the hell are you doing? Raising my voice raises my blood pressure. The pounding gets more insistent. It feels like something other than me takes control of my body, if I ever had control, as everything goes red. I storm toward the table. Halan's eyes go big, and I punch him right in his stupid face.
From the depths of the darkness of Prathika,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Prathika Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Prothika at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprothika.com. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 22, Vhala. Halan scrambles up from the table, quickly understanding that it puts him in a vulnerable position. He backs up hastily, putting a few feet between us as he tries to sort out what just happened. With a hand over his nose, he looks at me incredulously. Vhala, what the hell? Normally, I think that fights are a symptom of the more primitive nature of orcs. Fighting is tasteless and unevolved. I've come further than being reduced to a low-class orc, most of the time. But just because I don't like to fight doesn't mean that I can't. I'm still an orc. I can try to deny my baser instincts, but that clearly doesn't mean they go away completely. They're just waiting for a moment like this. And I'm an elder at that. They don't pick weaklings for elders. Sure, we're expected to conduct ourselves with a certain amount of decorum and respect, but at the heart of every elder is a warrior who is fit to defend his people, and is, well, certainly not mate. Whatever the hell Brenna is. Not that I'm serious about her, but there are just some things another orc shouldn't mess with. It's an unwritten rule. Halan has a flicker of fear and uncertainty in his eyes, recognizing that I'm going to best him in a fight. The simple fact that I'm an elder and he isn't proves my superiority. I feel slightly mollified that he at least acknowledges this. Doesn't stop me from wanting to punch his stupid face again, but it's a start. I assume an offensive posture, putting my arms up ready to strike again. It's a bit dramatic with the table and distance between us, but I want to make my point. He's still holding his nose like a child, but Helan was always that way. Even as kids, he was always good at acting so innocent and outmatched, a perpetually helpless crybaby. He's trying to play on my sympathy, but it won't work. He deserves everything that he's getting. He violated my trust, and he's taking advantage of Brenna. He can act naive, but I see right through him. Brenna stands up from the table, an indignant expression on her pretty face. "What is wrong with you?" she exclaims. "Why did you do that to Halan?" She moves beside him, peering at his nose in concern. The tiny niggling of guilt I felt for hitting him evaporates, and I'm flush with anger all over again. So she's taking his side. I see how it is. "Oh, yeah? Go run to Helan, huh?" I sneer at her. She stops tending to his nose to give me a look of exasperation. "You're being unreasonable. But you don't ever have to worry about that with Helan." I know I sound immature and petty, but I can't seem to stop the words. I feel like a sulky toddler, and it just irks me more. "Smart, responsible Helan!" She crosses her arms, frowning at me with disapproval. Helen gently forces her out of his way and steps toward me. "Do you have a problem? Do you have a problem?" I repeat in a mocking tone. "Yes, I have a problem. With your stupid face. Maybe if I beat it some more, it'll help." I raise my fist threateningly. Halan's face darkens. He takes another step closer, and I do the same. Then he steps around the table. I call his bluff, moving close enough that my chest bumps against his. I can hear Brenna take a nervous gasp of air and hold it, watching us with worried eyes. "Get yourself under control before I do it for you," Helen warns. "I am under control," I reply through gritted teeth. "You're the one punching above your weight." "Excuse me?" Brenna interjects. I'm turning toward her when Halan's fist connects with my jaw. The blow isn't devastating, but it does disorient me for a moment. That confusion only gets worse when Brenna appears between us, shrieking for us to stop. I try to find a way to hit him around her, but she somehow seems to be everywhere all at once. Angry as I am, I'm not willing to let her be caught in the middle. "Move!" I growl. "No," she says back, her resolve mirroring my own. I stare at her with challenging eyes, but she won't back down. Finally, I resentfully give up and instead grab her arm to drag her away. Helen springs to life, trying to grab her other arm. He shoots me a dirty look, pulling her away from me. Get your hands off her, he argues. What a dramatic little whiner. Trying to pretend like he's such a hero, saving her from some terrible monster and making me look bad. The resentment bubbles up in me, unable to believe the way he's painting me as threatening, all just because I have a hand on her arm. I was trying to show him threatening, but Brenna wouldn't let me. I know he thinks she's counting on him, but the reality is that he's lucky she's here, not the other way around. If she wasn't here sticking up for him, I'd have already beaten him to a sticky green pulp. Luckily, Brenna stops him, just in the nick of time. I was just about to move on to the pulp-making part of the evening, whether Brenna likes it or not. "Don't, Halen. I can handle this," she says softly. His eyes flicker with concern, but then he nods firmly. "Yes, of course." He drops her arm, and I think I could just gag. What a goody-goody act he's pulling on her. Still holding her arm, I drag her off to a small study room in the library where we can have a private conversation. She follows willingly, but with an unpleasant frown on her face. I turn to shut the door, and she waits by leaning against the wall with her arms folded in irritation. I clear my throat, trying to swallow my anger. This has already gone poorly. I don't want to lose any more ground. But as soon as I turn to face her, every thought I had of self-control is already discarded from my mind. "What are you doing with Helen?" I accuse. The look on her face tells me I made a mistake, but I'm too far gone to care. "Reading," she retorts dryly. "I thought you knew all about that. It's with your big book collection." I sigh impatiently. "You know what I mean?" I snap. I clear my throat again, trying to tone down the attitude. "Is it true that you're always together?" I try again, forcing my voice to stay level. She shrugs. "Not always. But even when we are, we're just reading. It's not... "Are you trying to make me jealous?" I demand in an accusing tone. "Because it won't work. You know that, right? You're wasting your time and mine." She stares at me, mouth open. "I told you when this started, Brenna. It wasn't going to be anything serious. It doesn't matter what you do and who you do it with. You can stop hanging out with Helen to get a reaction out of me." Her face flushes red. "I'm not hanging out with Helen to make you jealous," she sputters. There's an expression of innocent awareness dawning across her face that tells me that's the truth. She never even thought of it until I accused her. Still, I purse my lips, frowning at her doubtfully, clinging to my own stupid convictions. She glowers, her face growing even redder. Embarrassment gives way to anger, and she shoots me a look that's easy to read and unmistakable. Drop dead. "I don't care if you're not jealous! I don't care what you think about anything!" she shouts at me. "Even if I was doing what you think with Halan, what does it matter? What do you care? You just said it. It doesn't mean anything to you, so I'm not going to explain myself." She grits her teeth, her eyes narrowed, and jabs an accusing finger into my chest. "I can do what I want with who I want, and it's not about you. Believe it or not, Vhala, my life isn't about you. When you aren't around, I'm not even thinking about you." The last part is hurled in my face like an insult. Her voice raises a few notes, and her face turns smug. She raises her eyebrows, waiting expectantly for a response. But she has won this competition of who cares-less. I'm still too busy reeling from the shock. It isn't that she doesn't think about me that cuts me to the bone. It's the realization that I care. I process this internally, leaving my exterior stony and emotionless. I don't want her to see that she's rattled me. I haven't finished processing how I feel about it yet, and I'm not ready to reveal my thoughts to her. Her eyes grow cold, still waiting for me to say something. Anything. But all my energy is spent trying to conceal myself, and I can't come up with an answer. My walls are up, so high that I'm not sure we'll ever see each other around them. She lets out a short, frustrated sigh. "Right," she mutters. "Whatever. I have to go." Brenna pushes past me out of the room, and she doesn't even look back. I can't decide if I want her to.
Chapter 23. Brenna. I push past Vhala, needing to get as far away from him as possible. I'm so angry that I'm literally seeing red. I didn't even know that was a real thing. I feel like my head could explode all over these nice library books, and wouldn't that be a shame? Once I'm out of that little private room, I pause to take a deep breath. I can't even think straight, so jumbled up that I can't sort out what comes next. I feel like I could scream, or throw things, or any number of violent reactions, but I doubt that's the answer. I'm pretty sure that I want to leave the library, but in my current agitation, I'm not even sure I remember where the door is. I glance around, looking for Helen, but he seems to be gone. I can't blame him. I probably would have run out of here the first chance I got too. I suppose I owe him an apology later, even though that was really all Vala's fault. Vhala! Just the thought of him makes my blood boil again. What a stupid, selfish, narcissistic, self-important orc he is. The nerve he has, on 2 counts. First, I resent the fact that he seems to think the only reason I can talk to a male is because I am sleeping with them. Everything in his mind might be reduced down to screwing, but certainly not mine. Secondly, to imply that the only reason I want to make a new friend is to make him jealous. Does he think the entire world revolves around him? Of course he does. He's Vhala. That's exactly what he thinks. That's what he thinks about everything. We're all just hanging around, building our lives around him. That's exactly why I never should have done this in the first place. My roommates were right. I'm not cut out for these games. I thought we could keep things casual, the way that he said he wanted. But he was the one who got jealous, and then he tried to blame me for it. Even Cherry, who said he'd be good for my first time, started to have her doubts when I kept sneaking off with him. They all said I'd get hurt, and I tried to deny it. I couldn't see how, if it was nothing serious. I should have known there's a reason people say casual lovemaking never works. I even lived up to my end of the bargain. I never put any pressure or expectations on him, just the way we agreed. I have no idea what he expects from me. He says one thing and does another. I'm always going to be the one who pays for his change of mind and mood. I'm the one who is going to get hurt by this, not him. Because even when he's being ridiculous and accusing me of the most outlandish things, I still care what he thinks. I let it bother me when I shouldn't care less about that stupid orc. I wouldn't be here, foaming at the mouth in my place of comfort if I didn't. A noise behind me startles me from my thoughts. A door opens and quickly shuts, and I turn around to see Vhala coming up behind me. His face is grim, serious. I consider throwing a book at his head, but I like the books too much. He gives me an expectant look, and I half think that perhaps he is waiting for an apology. I let out a short, annoyed bark of laughter at the very idea. Even then, I feel a flash of guilt when his face darkens. And this is the problem. It sinks in, fully, in that moment. I shouldn't care this much about someone who will never reciprocate it. I shouldn't have to worry about hurting his feelings when he doesn't care what he's doing to mine. This is all a mistake. I don't think we should see each other anymore, I say in a quiet voice. This isn't going anywhere good. I've been putting the pieces together, but this is the moment where it all clicks. Everything comes together under a shockingly bright light of my own introspection. And what it reveals is not pretty or pleasant. I'm not angry anymore. It's all deflated out of me, like a popped balloon. Now I'm just, well, sad. I don't want him to have the power to make me sad. His eyebrows shoot up, clearly surprised. I can't see how, after everything we just said to each other. To me, nothing is more obvious than what a terrible, toxic situation we have found ourselves in. How it doesn't jump out at him, how disgusting and unpleasant this drama is, should be astounding. But that's Vhala for you. He'll never be able to see why someone wouldn't just throw themselves at him, lapping up even a few minutes that he has to spare. No matter how bad things are, or how little he gives of himself. Is this because of Helen? He says, his voice accusing. I shake my head, sighing wearily. It's not because of anyone but you, I say, fighting to keep my voice level. I don't want him to hear how difficult it is to force the words out, or he might think I'm not serious. I've never been able to get Vhala to really listen to me anyway. Of course, it's not about Helen, but Vhala lacks the ability to look at himself critically. I don't know why I'm even wasting my time explaining this, because he'll never understand. He can't see anything as being his fault. Still, I try anyway, thinking maybe someday it will sink in. Or at least I'll feel better, getting it off my chest. You said not to get attached, not to build my life around you. It would never be serious. It would never mean much. But then when I don't, you act like I betrayed you. What's really going on with us, Vhala? He stares at me, but his eyes have a strange, vacant look. He's closed himself off. From me, from the question, from everything. My heart breaks a little, knowing his answer before he even gives it. I'd give anything for him to take it all back, to say that he was wrong. That seeing me with Helen made him realize how much he loved me. Because as much as I've been trying to deny it, it's become unmistakable. I love him. I tried my best to give him freedom, exactly like he asked. But no one else would be able to hurt me the way that he does, a power that he holds over me only out of my misguided love for him. In fact, that's a big part of my bond with Helen. While Vhala has been gone, Helen has filled the lonely space he left behind. Most of our conversations are about Vhala, a strangely important figure in both our lives. We don't only have books in common, we have one maddeningly frustrating orc that we both love, even when we think he's a complete numbskull. Nothing's going on with us, Vhala replies evenly. His voice is hollow and emotionless. Nothing's going on with us at all. I told you from the start, we didn't have a relationship and we never would. Then why are you so jealous to see me with Helen? I ask, suddenly so tired of these circles we keep going in. I just want off this ride. I thought it was fun, but it's turned into a nightmare. I'm motion sick and I can't find the exit. I'm not jealous, he retorts. This time at least, there's a hint of passion in his response, rather than the dull, unconcerned replies from before. But he's fighting for the wrong thing. All he ever wants is to prove he doesn't care, rather than consider that he might. I've never met anyone so stubborn, so unwilling to just admit they enjoy having another person around. Many people are so eager for love that they settle for second-rate imitations, while he won't acknowledge the possibility at all. I could love him, but he won't let me. And I can't stick around, letting him make me feel bad about that. He's the one who won't give me any other choice. I bite my lip. Inwardly, I can feel the tears that want to spring to the surface. Through some amazing feat of more willpower than I ever knew I had, I force them down. I refuse to let Vhala see me like that when he can't even speak with me honestly. He doesn't deserve my love or my emotions. He's too careless with them. I could plead my case, beg him to love me, fight desperately to crack some sense into that thick skull of his. But then I'd be just the same as the other girls who did that. The ones that he warned not to love him, because he has no interest in having to give love in return. Maybe he was right all along. Maybe he just doesn't have any in there somehow. I draw in a shaky breath, trying to find the power to say the hardest thing I've ever had to utter. I can't do this anymore. Goodbye, Vhala. I don't wait to see the look on his face. I turn and flee before he sees the tears that I can't hold back any longer.
Chapter 24. Vhala. I'm at home, staring numbly out of the window. I've been here for the last week, haven't even gone outside. I see Helen scrambling up the pathway to my house. He tries to wave to me through the window. All I can do in response is issue a low, non-committal grunt. Waving sounds like too much work. He knits his brow in irritation, staring at me. It occurs to me that he couldn't hear the grunt on that side of the window and thinks I'm ignoring him. Whatever. I really don't care. We made up after our fight about Brenna. He was quick to explain that they weren't doing anything I thought they were. When Brenna said there was nothing between them, she was serious. Of course, I realized that a little too late because I had already stepped in it grandly by that point. Stepped in a great big pile of flaming cow duty. And boy, did it smell. Even if Brenna has no romantic interest in Halan, that doesn't undo the bigger problem. She thinks I'm jealous if I show concern when she's talking to other orcs. I know I'm not jealous, of course, because I have no interest in a relationship with her. Still, it is kind of weird that I acted so jealous at the library. I mean, I can see where she got the idea from, even if I know it can't be true. I've had a lot of time to turn it over in my head, and the only logical conclusion I can come up with for getting so out of sorts is because she was with a friend of mine. I mean, even the most undetached orc could struggle with that. I'm still a little bit mad at Helen. He could have tried harder to explain himself, to warn me that it wasn't what it looked like. But I can't be too mad, because he's really going out of his way to make it up for me. Speaking of Helen, he comes bursting in through my unlocked front door now, even though I didn't invite him in. Technically, I grunted, but that doesn't count. He enters with an arm full of groceries and immediately begins unpacking them on the table beside me. I guess I'm lucky to have him because Brenna still won't even talk to me. That's a big part of why I haven't even left the house in a week. Halan starts talking animatedly, trying to get me excited about the food that he's brought. I'm not even listening. After a few moments, he gets frustrated again. He marches over, yanking my arm until I stand up, annoyed. Tugging on my pants, he lets out an irritated sigh. "You've lost even more weight since I saw you last," he says in an accusing tone. I don't bother answering him. Finally, he lets go of me, and I sit back down. He sighs and starts arranging a meal. When he forces the plate into my hand, I don't even look. He putters around the house for a while, pretending he's not watching. But when he returns after a few minutes and I still haven't eaten, he loses his temper. He kicks me in the shin and the plate goes flying. "Ow!" I remark, forgetting my silence. I scowl at him, rubbing my shin. "What was that for?" He crosses his arms impatiently, giving me the evil eye. You know what? I slouch down in my chair, stubbornly, and avoid his gaze. He's not willing to back down this time and crouches down low to force his way into my face. He points an accusing finger into my chest. I try to swat it away in annoyance, but he persists. "If you don't get out of this little bubble of self-pity that you're determined to wallow in and do something about the mess that you've made," he warns. Then he pauses, thinking it over. "I'll chase Brenna myself. Then you'll really have something to feel sorry about." I roll my eyes. "We already did that one, remember?" Still, I can feel my interest peak at the mere mention of her name, despite myself. Halan notices, too. "Fine," he snaps. "But what about this? If you don't orc up and own your feelings, someone's going to come along who isn't afraid to. Brenna's a very attractive girl, and she's not going to just sit on a shelf waiting for you to grow up. Just a few days ago, an orc from a neighboring clan caught sight of her, and it seems he's really got an eye for her now." "Wait, what?" I reply, completely giving up my ploy of indifference. He's got my attention now. I sit up a little straighter, listening. Halan gives me a smug look. "Oh, that's right," he continues, nodding knowingly. "They came for a visit, and he was quite smitten with your lady. That is, if she is your lady. If she is, you better fess up soon, because he's the chieftain's son. Quite a catch for Brenna, I'd say." I cross my arms, closing myself off once again. He might have gotten under my skin with that comment, but he's not going to trick me into being reckless. I don't want a relationship. Instead, I go back to staring out the window, trying to ignore the way that the very idea of Brenna with another orc prickles through me. "You said you were only jealous because she was with Halan," my brain reminds me, sounding just as smug as Halan did a moment ago. "So what's your excuse going to be this time? You don't even know this orc." Halan can't read my mind, so he has no idea of the internal conflict raging within me. My exterior is cool as always, smooth and indifferent. This seems to push his buttons worse than ever. He leans over, snatching the plate off the floor, and throws it at me. "Fine," he yells. "Do whatever you want, you big dummy!" Then he stomps out the door, slamming it behind him. I barely pay him any attention. He's the least of my problems right now. I'm more concerned with Brenna. It feels as if there's a wound in my heart ever since she called things off. I've been trying to ignore it, to pretend the bleeding isn't still there. I put silly little bandages over it, and say out of sight, out of mind. But it's killing me, slowly. Pretending it doesn't matter isn't the answer. I've never been so sure as when Halan threatened me with the possibility of her mating with someone from another clan. The idea that she could leave, and I'd never see her again, rips that bandage off painfully, proving nothing has healed at all. No amount of time will fix this. No amount of avoiding her will make it go away. I'm always going to want her back, always going to wish she was still here by my side. I want her by my side, I realize, and the idea is both horrifying and exhilarating. I chew it over in my mind for a while, trying to decide what to do about it. I said that I would never get tied down, but suddenly it's clear that is the only thing that will make me happy. Halan thinks I'm being immature and a coward, but I'm an elder, for crying out loud. I'm not going to just hide in my house for the rest of my life because I can't face Brenna. Especially when I'm realizing that it's time. I have to face the music and hope that she still is willing to listen. I have to tell her what I should have said back in the library if I wasn't so stubborn and stupid and thick. I love her. Of course I love her. Why couldn't I see it all along? How could it be there, the largest thing in the room? Still, I missed it. I move assuredly now, finally an orc with a clear purpose. I make my way to the school, my mind racing as I try to piece together what I might say. I turn different phrases and words over in my head, too afraid to ever follow through with imagining what her response might be. None of them seem right. None of them capture just perfectly everything that I want to say to her. That I thought I didn't know how to love, but I just didn't know how it would feel when I loved the right person. That love isn't something you get to choose. It's something that bubbles out of you, and you can't contain it even if you try. I finally get to the school, feeling a mixture of excited and nervous. I want to do this right, and that includes finally acknowledging her wants and desires. It's hard, but I resist the urge to burst into the classroom where she's teaching, waiting instead in the hall. I can be patient. With any luck, she's waited for me this long. And now it's my turn. My mind recalls all of the ways that I forced my attention on her in the beginning, even when she was less than thrilled with the prospect. I don't regret it exactly, because it brought us together. But I do regret not treating her as an equal, not listening to what she had to say. She didn't like it, and as always, I just dismissed her. It turns out that she was the only one of us who understood what was going on. She had been right all along, and I hadn't been hearing her. Finally, the children have all left for the day. I poke my head in the door, rapping politely on the frame to announce myself. She lifts her head, looking up from the desk. Her jaw goes slack in surprise, but she quickly composes herself. "Hello, Brenna. Long time, no see."
Chapter 25. Brenna. Hello, Brenna. Long time no see. I stare at him, and it takes me a long moment to compose myself. He hovers uneasily in the doorframe before finally continuing. "Can I come in?" I'm stunned, both to see him and the fact that he'd ask such a question. Vhala never asks permission, just does what he wants. Finally, I shake off my shock. "Come in," I agree, even though there's a part of me that thinks I'm making another terrible mistake. Still, the smile that appears on my face is genuine, unrehearsed and honest. I'm happy to see him, even if I can't understand why. This orc has caused me so much pain. Why am I glad to see that he's coming back? I haven't seen him or spoken to him in a week. Of course, that's what I thought that I wanted. I thought it would be best to make a clean break. In time, the feelings that had grown for him would fade, and things would go back to a more manageable state. I couldn't help that I had fallen for him, but he had made it clear that he didn't want that. The best option I had was to stay away and let time dull my desire. Logically, that plan made sense to my brain. And perhaps it was just me trying to make excuses, trying to rationalize an irrational thing, because nothing had gone the way that I planned. I found myself, sad and lonely, trying to promise myself that someday all of this pain would be worth it. But now he's here, standing in the door of my classroom. Right or wrong, I'm smiling and inviting him in. Am I a fool? He enters, as invited, and begins to cross the room toward me. Still sitting at the teacher's desk, I involuntarily slide my chair back a foot, trying to put distance between us. I don't know why he's here, and I can't help my concerns. Vhala stops halfway and lets out an anguished sigh. His eyes feel like they are boring into me, but I can't seem to look away, no matter how much I want to. Your eyes have so much pain, he remarks, almost to himself. And that's all my fault. You have no idea how much I wish I could undo everything that I've done to you. I furrow my brow, not understanding. He sighs again at the hurt on my face. Brenna, you may never forgive me. I wouldn't blame you. I haven't been the sort of orc who deserves someone like you, and maybe that's why I always believed I could never have a true, caring mate like the other orcs have found. I blink at him, struggling to understand the point that he is trying to make. The tone of his voice tells me that he's serious, but I'm still not entirely following. What is he trying to tell me? When we met, I told you that I didn't think I had it in me to love another person as much as I loved myself. I had seen what happened to my mother and my father. My mother waited around for my father, desperate for him to give her the time of day, even though it killed her, knowing that she'd never mean much to him, and completely at the whim of someone who couldn't appreciate how much she adored him. He starts to pace back and forth in front of the desk. He's clearly agitated, worked into quite a frenzy, though I still don't totally understand what's happening or why he's here. He wrings his hands as he paces, a quintessential stereotype of the emotionally burdened hero from every fairy tale I've ever read. I thought that was my fate, that I'd never be able to appreciate even an obviously good thing right in front of my face, because I couldn't see anything besides myself. And maybe for a long time, that was true. But then I met you and Brenna. I know you won't believe me, but I fell in love with you. My mouth hangs open a little, shocked by his confession. Just a week ago, I would have given anything to hear him admit that he loved me. But now it feels like it might be too little, too late. He seems to notice the skepticism on my face and plows ahead. I get it. I told you that I didn't care, and honestly, Brenna, I wanted to mean it. I guess I thought if I said it enough, eventually I would mean it, because I wish that I could be as stupid and selfish and narcissistic as I was back before I met you, but I just don't have it in me anymore. You make me want to be a better person, damn it, and I hate that, but I love it. I love you. He pauses and hurries over to stand beside my chair. I turn to face him, my eyes wary as my mind churns through everything that he has said. It feels like he's flooding me with all of these last-minute confessions, pulled out in the nick of time, and I don't know what I'm supposed to do with them. I tried, Brenna, he continues. I tried to pretend I could be the same jerk I always was, only focused on myself, because life was easier that way. It's terrifying, realizing that you care about someone else more than you do your own self, and you have no control over what happens. Do you get that? I can only nod, numbly. I've spent the last week at home, missing you, trying to let you go, but I can't. And then Helen showed up, telling me that you might be getting married, and I couldn't fight it anymore. I couldn't pretend I didn't care when the idea of you leaving camp made me feel like I'd rather die than let you just leave. Married? I squeak out. This is starting to feel like a fever dream. It makes just enough sense for me to think it could be real, yet has enough random pieces that are utterly unintelligible and make me wonder if I'm imagining the entire thing. Who does he think I'm marrying? What is he talking about? He stares at me, hesitating for a moment. I can see it sink in, that I have no intention of getting married anytime soon. For a moment, I think perhaps I've made a strategic mistake, because his belief that he could lose me to another seems to be a key to this sudden change of heart. Then I brush it aside, quickly realizing that I don't care. I don't want that kind of relationship, high drama, and with constant threats of infidelity. I don't want to light a house on fire to see if he cares. I'm here. Take it or leave it. I won't jump through hoops to prove my worth to him. He shakes his head, dismissing it as unimportant. For the first time, my heart soars, wondering if I'm finally getting everything I dreamed of. He gets down on one knee beside my chair, and I can feel my throat closing over, stunned. I swivel to face him, holding my breath. I can't get rid of my feelings for you. I've spent the last week trying, knowing it would be easier to go through life not caring about anyone. But I can't stop it. I love you, Brenna, and I promise that if you see a way to give me a second chance, I'll treat you like you're just as valuable and important as I should have been doing, from the start. There's a moment of silence, while I genuinely consider telling him to get lost. The logical part of my brain knows that is the most reasonable response. He hurt me badly, and I'm not sure that it's something he can really change. He can swear that he'll stop being selfish, but will he? Does anyone ever change that much? And yet, as I stare down at his earnest, pleading face, I can't help it. I burst into tears, the emotional side of me giddy to finally hear what I've always been waiting for. Maybe I'm being too generous, and maybe I'll regret it as yet another mistake. Only time will tell. But I've made so many mistakes already. What's one more? I've suffered as much as Vhala has over this last week. I understand what he means, to spend a week trying to pretend this doesn't matter, that we can move on and put it behind us. I'm not sure I was ever going to put Vhala behind me, no matter how much I tried to convince myself. He's come unannounced to my classroom, feeling the same way. Perhaps it's a sign that we've each crept into the other's skin and burrowed deeply into their heart, too deeply to ever be dislodged, like it or not. Maybe love isn't always Prince Charming, showing up to do all the right things. Maybe the real Prince Charming is the one who can come back, crawling on his hands and knees, willing to do the work to make up for the wrong things. At least I hope so. Vhala looks up at me with his eager, longing expression, still pleading for my forgiveness. I wipe my teary eyes and smile down at him fondly. I'm in love with you, Vhala, I admit. I'm willing to work to make this right if you are. He lets out a childlike whoop, standing abruptly. Grabbing both of my hands, he yanks me to my feet, lifting me in his arms. And then, squeezing me tightly, he holds me against him, pressing his lips to mine. For the first time in a week, everything seems right in the world.
Prothika is a dark and dangerous world.
My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
And the quest for godhood has made it even darker.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
Delia only seeks her freedom.
A gilded cage is still a cage.
But Thorn has something else in mind for her.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
Will they be able to escape their fate? Get every episode from worldsofprothika.com right now. Get the series bundle and score a 70% discount. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this series is just the beginning.
Chapter 26. Vhala. When I promised Brenna that I'd change, that I'd be more considerate and less selfish, I meant it. And I start proving it right away by offering to walk her home. No strings attached, no expectations. Just me, enjoying the company of a woman I care for. She smiles up at me nervously as I take her hand, and it's as if I can read her mind. She's glad that I'm here, but wondering if things will be any different at all. It's hard to trust me again after everything I've put her through. I'm not offended. Not in the least. Brenna's a smart girl, and I deserve every one of her doubts. I've earned them, and it's up to me to clear my name. It stings a little, but only because I know that I had this coming. Still, it's a helpful motivator, making me even more determined to prove myself to her. The first thing I realize right away is to forget about lovemaking. Not forever, of course. I'm not crazy, but the old me told her that this was nothing but screwing, so now, to prove the opposite, I need to be very clear that it isn't about screwing at all. The only way to do that is to put off bedroom activities, at least for now. It doesn't take long for me to learn a strange thing, however. Once I rule screwing out as any kind of an option from our simple walk home, it doesn't take long for it to fade from mind. And now that I'm not spending my time thinking about screwing or how to convince her to want it, there's so much room in my brain for other things like listening to her talk. She tells me about her day, and not only am I actually listening, I'm interested. I want to hear everything she says, and not because it might get me laid. I just like hearing her talk. After a week of not even seeing her, I want to know all about her life. I I wouldn't want to be chased forever. But it turns out there's something to be said for this whole just be a friend thing. Who knew? As she talks, I think she can sense that I'm truly and genuinely engaging in the conversation. She gets more animated and starts explaining things in greater detail, rewarding me with a bright, beaming smile that just about unravels me. I love seeing this side of her, unabashedly energetic and unapologetically Brenna. It's at her door when everything changes. I have every intention of letting her go in the house like a good orc would. But then she stops, taking both of my hands into her own. Standing up on her tiptoes, she presses a gentle kiss against my lips. It takes all my willpower not to force one back on her, but I remember my vow and stop myself just in time. She stares up at me with innocent hazel eyes, looking confused. "Don't you want to come in?" she asks innocently. I have to close my eyes for a moment to will my libido to calm down. "Brenna, I want to come in more than anything, but I'm afraid if I do, I'm going to drag you off to bed after I gave you a great big speech about how I changed, and I won't be selfish anymore. I want you to know that you're more than that to me." She looks up at me, startled, and then surprises me by sidling closer, pressing her body against mine. I can feel my members spring to life at her touch, even as I curse myself inwardly for my lack of self-control. "Then come in and take me to bed unselfishly," she purrs. Holy crap, I think. Well, I'm no fool. I'm not about to ask twice. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprothika.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Prothika.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. Chapter 27. Brenna. I worried that I was crazy, agreeing to give Vhala a second chance. I had been reluctant to give him a first chance, and then everything had backfired just the way that my gut always knew it would. It seemed absurd to try it again, and hard to understand why I hadn't learned my lesson. But the one thing that I hadn't expected, back at the very beginning when I knew giving Vhala the time of day was a mistake, was to fall in love with him. I had, and I just couldn't manage to turn him away, no matter how much I knew that I should. He probably didn't deserve a second chance, but I gave him one anyway. Because my heart needed to know if things could be any different. Needed to know that I had exhausted every possible option. It was silly, but I loved him. It's been 2 months since he pleaded his case, and I agreed to take him back. Luckily, I can say that I still don't regret it. He really has changed, and he's almost like a totally different orc. Well, maybe not totally. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the orc that I fell in love with. But he does consider my feelings, and he's majorly toned down his self-centered attitude. He treats me like a full person, whose opinions and desires matter just as much as his own. From the moment I took him back, he started over as though it were the first time. This time, he courted me according to orc traditions. Not the flamboyant, over-the-top way that he did when he was pretending to be romantic to get into my pants. This time, he has been thoughtful, considerate, and genuine. He does sometimes send food to school or bake me special treats, but he does it out of love, not as a bribe. My roommates are jealous of the attention that he pays to me, all wishing that they could find an orc like him, and I just tell them that maybe someday they will. It turns out Prince Charming is worth waiting for and can come from the unlikeliest place at the most unexpected time. The biggest difference now is that I feel seen. When he does something special for me, which he does often, it's something that is personal and valuable. He listens to me and gives me presents that actually help. Whether it's my favourite food or flower, or spending his time aiding me to prepare a lesson, he's truly considering what can make my life better. He wants the best for me, and it shows. I thought I loved him before, but it's only grown over the past 2 months, into something all-consuming and precious, something I had nearly given up on. The entire clan knows about his love for me, and seems to sense how genuine he is about it. Everyone says that the playboy has found his match, and it makes me smile to think about how far we have come. Today, we're at the tribal square for the Harvest Festival. It's a lively, fun event. Just about everyone is here. There's lots of merriment and socialising, and more food than I think anyone could eat. Many orcs and humans have worked very hard on this, and it shows. It's a yearly tradition, but I'm new enough to the clan to be quite impressed. My old human settlement just didn't have the manpower for events of this magnitude, so I'm grateful to be here. It's a nice reminder of how much we can do when everyone works together. Between the decorations that have been collected and crafted for weeks, or the well-planned food and the hours spent in the kitchen, or the volunteers who have banded together to provide music and entertainment, it's very touching to think about. I might be new, but I'm pretty sure everyone is feeling a similar sense of pride and love for the clan right now. I'm glad that my situation with Vhala is looking up, because it really allows me to enjoy this festival. A few months ago, this would have been the sort of event that I would have dreaded. I would spend the day trying to pretend that I didn't mind while he flirted with a variety of girls, and they all hoped they'd be the lucky one to go home with him at the end of the night. But I know I'm going home with him. There's no doubt in my mind, and nothing but trust. He stays close by my side most of the time, though of course he does spend some time with his friends. And I don't begrudge him that. We always end up back together, the way that we're meant to. "You've whipped him into shape in no time," Camille jokes at one point. I shake my head. "I didn't do anything," I deny. "He does what he wants." "Well, it's clear that he wants you," Mary adds. His eyes never stray far. I never thought I'd see the day. I try hard to hide the grin on my face, not wanting to seem cocky. But it's true. Vhala makes his way across the crowd, planting a kiss on my cheek. "Are you having a good time?" he asks. "Oh yes," I reassure him. "I really am." Whether he means tonight or over the past 2 months, the answer is still yes. "I'll get us drinks," he offers. "Then I want to dance with my special lady." "Okay," I agree demurely. Cherry shakes her head, mystified at this new Vhala. He comes back quickly, just as promised. We enjoy our refreshments and then dance until I am tired, breathless, and glowing. I chat with the ladies for a few moments, taking a break, and then realise that Vhala has disappeared. I look around for him curiously, wondering where he's gone off to. Just then, I hear a familiar voice from the front of the crowd and turn to listen in surprise. As an elder, I know I've lived a bit unconventionally. Vhala begins, once he's called for everyone's attention. A low chuckle breaks through the crowd. I'd like to apologize to anyone that I hurt by my thoughtlessness, especially the women. I see now that I've been selfish and careless with the feelings of others, which is no way for an orc like myself to behave. It's no way for any orc to behave, to be honest. I truly hope the women I've mistreated can accept my genuine apology, and maybe stop cursing my name. The laughter gets a little louder, though Vhala did have a rather negative reputation that he's now trying to make up for. I'm not sure if any of the women truly hold a grudge against him. They're laughing with everyone else. Vhala was a playboy, but he was always honest about that, so no one really feels as if they had been promised otherwise. The clan is, by and large, just happy that he's finally gotten his act together. Better late than never, is the general consensus. I've found the woman who made me want to be better, Vhala continues. He's not laughing, and his eyes are quite earnest. He looks through the crowd to find me, and I smile warmly back at him. She didn't give up on me, even when maybe she should have, and I'm so grateful to her for that. She showed me that I could be better, and I never would have believed it without her. He clears his throat and begins moving through the crowd toward me. My heart starts to race, wondering just what is happening. I take short, anxious breaths, full of nervous anticipation. I can feel how everyone is starting to stare in my direction, and I can tell something big is happening, but I don't understand what. I want to start over and wipe the slate clean. I hope you'll all forgive me and forget the old Vhala. The new Vhala is a committed orc, serious about his future with one woman, if his luck holds out. He stops in front of me, holding out one hand in invitation. Brenna, will you be my mate for life and officially make me the luckiest orc who has more than he ever deserved? I suck my breath in, caught by surprise. I hold it for a pause, my eyes wide, trying to process the words. I'm very aware of how the crowd has gone utterly silent, and I can feel my face heating up. Yes! I practically shriek, once I finally absorb the gravity of what he has asked. I put my hand in his open one, and he pulls me closer to him. Yes, I want to be your mate, of course. He drops my hand to grab me around the waist, lifting me into the air. Our lips meet in a kiss as the crowd breaks into applause. As loud as it is, I barely notice, overwhelmed by my own happiness. We break our kiss, gazing into each other's eyes meaningfully. He gives me another kiss, a short little peck this time, and then puts me back onto the ground. Holding my hand, he turns to face everyone, offering a little wave that makes them applaud again. Blushing, I try to do the same, waving to acknowledge the clan's support. But I can't seem to keep my eyes off him standing by my side, stunned that this handsome orc would ask me to be his mate. That he'll be by my side forever. Prince Charming comes in many forms.
Chapter 28. Vhala. We don't wait long. A month after I ask her to be my mate, we officially seal the deal. Neither one of us is interested in much delay, to be honest, and we both agree that we'd rather keep things simple, so that planning can be as quick as possible. Of course, saying that turns out to be one thing, and doing it is completely another. As an elder, it's customary that the entire clan expects to be included in our celebration. Everyone, large or small, needs a chance to pay their respects, which ultimately becomes our responsibility. We decide to split the difference, a compromise of sorts. The mating ceremony itself is private, in keeping with orc traditions. Brenna, despite her romantic inclinations, has no problem with a ceremony fitting for a tribal elder. The few minor changes she wants to make, to incorporate her own dreams, are easy enough to accommodate in a small personal ceremony. The big to-do comes at the reception after the ceremony. This is where the huge fanfare and the bulk of our planning come in. It isn't easy planning a celebration of this size in a month, but luckily, as an elder, I have a certain amount of sway that brings everything together quickly. The day of the ceremony, we meet in private with our officiant. Only Loki and Mary are present by our side, and little Asher is babysat by Hera. It's a moving ceremony, especially for an orc who never expected to find himself in this position. When they wrap our hands together at the end, binding us for eternity, I can't help but notice a slight pricking in my eyes. I must have an allergy to these damned flowers, and it goes by in a flash, and before I know it, we're being whisked away by Loki to the reception. I'm half tempted to stay there, tied to Brenna for the end of time, because what else could be better than that? But Loki reminds me of the meal that is waiting. Brenna giggles and finally urges me along, telling me that I have a duty. I don't care about my duty, I growl playfully, sweeping her into my arms. But I know that she's right. And so we go. The reception hall is exactly like we had planned, but somehow it seems so much grander than I expected when I finally see it in person. It's packed, and my head swims trying to take it all in. It's noisy, wall-to-wall commotion, and more bodies than I ever thought I'd see in one place. It's also beautiful, and I find myself strangely touched again. Not just that Brenna would agree to give me a second chance, and then later agree to mate with me, for whatever crazy reason, but that all these onlookers have gathered to cheer us on and celebrate our happiness too. When we arrive, the food quickly comes out. This initially adds to the confusion, as everyone scrambles to find their seats. Loki says a few words to mark the occasion, as Mary beams up at him with Asher on her lap. Hera, a few seats away, makes silly little faces at him to encourage him to be quiet while Daddy talks. From the front of the room, I smile at the sight. Hera is very tall for a woman, and though she looks human, she's half orc. She's no slight waif and strong to boot. She can fight as well as us male orcs do, to be frank, and it's almost humorous to see that she has another, more motherly side. I guess it goes to show that we're all more complex than we like to let on. I reduced myself to a stereotypical image of a playboy for years, but life is so much fuller when we embrace all of these seeming contradictions about ourselves and allow ourselves to just be. Of course, it helps to be surrounded by a caring clan who allows space for that. I glance to Brenna by my side and smile softly. She smiles back, but her eyes flash a warning to be respectful while Loki is talking. My grin only grows, so thankful for a mate who keeps me on track. I study the room again, bored of Loki's long-winded speech already. I know it's tradition, and it probably sounds funny coming from an elder, but I've always had a distinct distaste for overconforming to the old ways. There's no room for growth when stodgy old elders can't let go of traditions, and I had always vowed to never be one of them. Luckily, the clan has recently really embraced changing to meet the modern times. A few years ago, we wouldn't have had any humans among us, and look at us now. I spot Yirish in the crowd, his arm draped around Camille contentedly. He leans his chin on her head and tries to discreetly sniff her hair. I imagine he's just as bored as I am. Forrest, their son, is pretending to draw on the tablecloth by making an indentation with his finger. I'm impressed, to be honest, that he can entertain himself quietly like this. He's the oldest of the human-orc children, though he looks all orc. I'm sure he occasionally has to be on his best behavior to prove his worth to a misguided orc who judges him for his human blood. But how could anyone find fault with this sweet child? Enzo, a few seats away, is rolling his eyes at Loki. I notice that he has his back turned away, though, so that Loki can't see. Carissa makes an indulgent face at him, a cross between amused and please grow up. Their little baby, Willow, is being cooed at by Ivory, Camille's sister, as she waggles her fingers in front of the baby's face. Ur, one of Loki's best friends, watches him with the utmost patience. Quiet, respectful Bonnie does the same beside him, but their hands remain linked underneath the table. Jorgen is standing by a window with Vera, who had to leave her seat to keep Celine quiet. Vera is gently jostling the baby in her arms, trying to soothe her into a nap, while Jorgen rustles through a bag to find the baby's blanket. Whenever Vera has to trade an adult activity for the demands of motherhood, I've noticed that Jorgen isn't far behind. He doesn't let her miss out on much, and if she must, he's right by her side. I file this fact away as a mental note, appreciatively realizing that it's a great lesson if children are in the future for me and Brenna. I aspire to be the sort of father that Jorgen is, even if I never would have guessed it a few months ago. A sharp elbow in my side brings me back to reality. I turn to face Brenna, my beautiful mate, who is looking at me with big eyes. "What?" I hiss quietly. She nods her head demurely out to the audience of our guests, and I realize that Loki's speech has concluded. I wasn't even listening. "Thank you all for coming to celebrate this wonderful day with us," I offer hastily, thrown a bit off center. "I'm so happy to be mated to my beautiful Brenna, and it just goes to show that you can never truly predict the future." A few people giggle and titter in the audience, even though they try to cover their faces with their hands. I'm not offended, of course, as it's a response I very much deserve. "Everybody please enjoy the meals and dig in." I wince as soon as I'm done, shooting an apologetic look to Brenna. "Sorry," I admit in a quieter voice to her. "It doesn't matter. As the crowd is already so noisy again, I don't think anyone can hear me. I'll do a better speech later on, I promise." Loki rambled on so long I started daydreaming, and then I forgot what I wanted to say. She giggles and leans over to kiss my shoulder. "That's okay," she replies. "Don't do another speech. That one was perfect." I raise my eyebrows at her, teasingly. "We've been mated 5 minutes, and you already say I'm perfect. What a lucky orc I am. Remember that when it's been 5 years. "Congratulations," a voice says from behind me. I whip around, startled to find Xenon. "Oh, Xenon," I gasp, trying hard not to sound too rattled. I coax my racing heart to stop pounding, then continue. "Thank you. I didn't know you had made it." Xenon shrugs. "Well, you know me. I travel a lot, but I had to be here for this." I offer a half-hearted smile. Xenon's always left me a little on edge, the way he seems to disappear and reappear at any given moment. He says that he's a traveling merchant, like Roz, but I never really see him making any sales. Don't get me wrong, he's a nice enough guy. It just feels like there's something significant that he doesn't tell us. I guess that's why he's such a perfect match with Hera, who's almost as closed off and secretive as he is. They're great friends to have, and loyal to the end, if you don't ask them for any details. I turn around once more, ready to add something else. But Xenon is already gone, again. My gaze shifts around the room, trying to figure out where he went. Finally, I give up, giving Brenna a quizzical look. But even at my side, she's already caught up and greeting another guest who came to offer their congratulations. Most of the evening goes on this way, a steady stream of well-wishers. We both understand our loyalty to the clan and what that means, so we dutifully do our part. It doesn't stop us from squeezing each other's hands under the table, knowing that our real loyalty is always to each other.
Chapter 29. Brenna. For a long time, we do our best to keep up appearances. It's not that hard, with all the eyes watching us. Even the most lust-crazed person can keep it in their pants when faced with the entire gawking clan. But most of the guests are there as a matter of convention, and as soon as the free meal is over, they offer their well wishes and disappear. It's our friends who care the most about our special day. They're the ones making sure everything goes off without a hitch, and the ones sticking around until nightfall to celebrate with us. And that's when things start to get sticky again. Because when we're being interrupted by guest after guest, it's easy to keep our hands off each other. But when the party starts slowing down, our minds start to race with thoughts of what comes next. If the look on Vhla's face is any indication, what comes next is dirty. That shouldn't be any surprise, however. Because what's going on in my mind is dirty, that's for sure. We've obviously made love many times before this night, but we also know that the mating ceremony is an official marker. Our love has transcended into a new realm, both physically and spiritually. I don't know that we're quite to the level of some of the other orc-chomp human couples. We're not ready for children, at least not now. We're just wading into our commitment, but that's still a significant change. At least for someone like Vhala, who never thought he'd commit at all. Our mating ceremony won't immediately end in the conception of a child, I'm certain of that, but it feels like baby steps are a perfectly fine way to compromise with the orc of my dreams. Of course, none of that is appropriate in front of our guests. We're hosting a party right now and doing our best to keep our physical desires to ourselves. It was easy, in the beginning, when there were so many eyes on us. But as the party winds down, it's harder than it sounds. To be honest, all I want to do is go back to his place and rip his clothes off. But I get it, he's an elder, and we now have a certain image that we have to convey. Even if he's always been something of a wild card as an elder, I get that people expect a certain change now that he's mated. What's worse, they expect more from me as his mate than they ever did from him. We both seem to be doing our best to pretend, to play the part that we're supposed to in front of our guests. He does like to wait for the most inopportune times to whisper sweet nothings in my ear that make me blush in front of everyone. But it isn't until I excuse myself to go to the bathroom that the charade falls apart. I'm looking at myself in the mirror, trying to fix what's left of my hairstyle, when the door comes banging open. I pay no attention at first. It's a large party after all, and I'm sure other females need to use the facilities. But then I sense eyes on me, and my gaze flickers over to the doorway. Standing there, just in front of the now closed door, is Vhala. He has a hungry look in his eyes. "Vhala!" I gasp, both startled and excited. "You can't be in here." "Says who?" he demands evenly, crossing the space in 3 large steps. He grabs my arm, pulling me against the length of his body, and delivers a crushing kiss that makes my nerve endings tingle. When he finally lets go, I can only stare up at him, dumbfounded. He smirks down at me, obviously pleased with my reaction. I manage to gather my thoughts enough to stammer out a weak rebuttal. What if someone walks in on us? His smirk grows. Then they can watch. I glare, unimpressed, and he lets out a fake, dramatic sigh. "Fine, have it your way. We'll lock the door." He moves to the bathroom door, flipping the latch. I'm still not entirely convinced that this is a great idea. Someone is bound to come knocking on the door, wondering why it's locked. There may not be as many guests here as there were earlier in the day, but still. But there's a stirring in my loins at the way he's eyeing me like I'm the most delicious snack that's hard to ignore. And when he presses himself against me, and I can feel his arousal against my stomach, I forget how to say no. All I can think about is having him inside me, now.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprothika.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Prothika are waiting for you.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. I'm still laying across the table on my stomach, panting as much as he is. He grins at me sheepishly, though I can only see it through the reflection in the mirror. You think they're going to notice? I roll my eyes, but I can't help the bark of laughter that escapes. You're worrying about that now? He shrugs. What can I say? I couldn't wait any longer. It's your fault for being so damn hot. I giggle, though I'm starting to feel a bit silly. Luckily, I never worry about feeling silly in front of Vhala. If someone comes knocking on the door, that might be a different story. Vhala politely gathers some tissues to help me clean myself up, taking care to make sure there's no sticky traces of anything on my thighs. He knows I'll feel uncomfortable if I have any reason to think that someone is suspicious of our little bathroom tryst, so he does everything that he can to hide the evidence. He even helps me fix my hair and spritz my red face with water when we're done. When we're both thoroughly convinced that there's no chance anyone could catch us, I peer through the door to see if anyone is standing nearby. Then I make my exit. There's still nobody in sight, so I hurriedly rap twice on the door for Vhala. I rush away from the bathroom as he sneaks out the door behind me. He quickly scurries off into the male bathroom, as we had planned. Vhala really wouldn't care if every guest there had gathered to watch us in the bathroom, but I do, so he humours my need to keep our rendezvous secret. I make my way out into the reception hall, laughing and chatting with the guests, amazed that no one has any idea. And 5 minutes later, just as he promised me, Vhala re-emerges from the male bathroom, politely kissing my cheek. He's a wild orc, but at least he's trainable. I try not to blush when Mary stares at us with a strange smile on her face, as if she's secretly saying, "I know what you've been up to."
Chapter 30. Vhala. "Look what I got for Ridge," Brenna announces cheerfully, walking in the front door. She left about an hour ago to take a walk with the baby and is returning with some strange fabric contraption wrapped across her body. Judging by the oddly lumpy shape, I'm guessing baby Ridge is tucked into the fabric, though I have to come much closer to catch sight of his little head. He's well hidden from view in whatever this thing is. Ridge is our adopted son, who joined our family about a month ago. Our first year of marriage flew by in a flash, both of us so content with each other's company that the time melted away before we knew what had happened. Neither of us were in a huge rush for children, but our anniversary was something of a wake-up call for us, a reminder that one of our intentions for married life had not yet come to pass. Brenna and I started to talk about when the right time would be for children, and Brenna suggested that we consider adding one of the children already at the orphanage to our family. I thought that was a fantastic idea, and it wasn't long to get me on board. I knew that we both wanted to have kids someday, but why not one in need of a home? We had plenty of love to share. I'm not sure it would have occurred to me without Brenna. But as a teacher, she was more acquainted with the children from the orphanage. In any case, I fully approved of the plan. Ridge is only 7 months old and was the youngest child at the orphanage. Because of all the extra needs of a tiny baby, it was hard for the workers at the orphanage to give him the attention and care that he needed. They did their best, of course, and I absolutely applaud their efforts. But I think everyone was very satisfied by letting him join our family instead. Brenna and I have time to spend with him one-on-one, and it's just a better solution for everyone. We're thrilled to have him. He's thriving here, and it frees up resources at the orphanage for other children who need them. Where did that come from? I ask curiously. Though it's been a month, we still have a lot to learn about babies. Luckily, we have many friends with children who have helped us out. Still, it seems like every day we learn something new. Carissa gave it to me and showed me how to tie it. It keeps the baby close and soothes them, but lets you have your arms free. I can wear it to hold Ridge when I take walks or read or do chores. That's neat, I agree. Is he sleeping? He's so quiet. Yes, lucky boy. I'm jealous. Brenna wipes her eyes tiredly, and I give her a sympathetic look. Did he keep you up last night? I didn't hear him. I apologize. He's made a lot of progress, but Ridge still isn't always the best sleeper. Brenna and I try to take turns when we have late nights, but I worry that sometimes I don't do enough. She wakes up faster than I do, and I don't always notice. No, she replies, shaking her head. Then, despite her words, she yawns. He was only up once last night. And it was just a few minutes. I'm not sure why I'm so tired. I've just been drained all day. Why don't you take a nap? I offer. I can take him. Maybe I'm just hungry, she decides. The past few days, I feel like I want to eat, but then I'm never in the mood for anything. She hesitates, and a strange look springs to her face. Actually, you know what? I forgot an errand. I'm going to put him in his crib and run out for one more thing. I'll be right back. I wrinkle my brow, a little confused. Her behavior isn't exactly alarming, but it is strange. There's a vague sense that she's obviously out of sorts, and I can't help but wonder what's wrong. Still, I don't want to pry too much. It's not like she couldn't have truly forgotten an errand and just be upset to realize it. I'm not about to argue with her. Brenna's really been a great mom to Ridge and worked so hard. Maybe something just slipped her mind. I can't exactly blame her, with everything she has on her plate. The whole thing has been an adjustment for both of us, and a major change to our lifestyle. She heads off in the direction of the nursery, then pokes her head out a minute later. "Can you help me with this thing?" she asks quietly, waving a hand over the baby carrier. I follow her toward his crib, and it takes us a few minutes and several tries to figure out how to slide him out without waking him. But eventually, he is in his own bed, resting, and she is free. She gives me a quick kiss goodbye and hurries off once more. I notice the slightly anxious way she's hurrying and wrinkle my brow once more. She's not just doing an errand. I can tell that she's worried about something. When she comes home, I'll make sure everything is okay. I resolve. Until then, I decide that maybe the best thing I can do is try to take some of the chores off her plate. While Ridge sleeps, I tidy up the house as best I can. I'm nowhere near as clean as Brenna, but I know that she likes keeping things nice. It seems like the least I can do. After all, I'm her partner, and she's acting a bit frazzled. If I can make her life easier, I aim to do so. Maybe this will reduce her stress a bit. I clear up some of the clutter that has accumulated recently. With a baby, it's easy to leave things lying wherever they happen to be, and forget them. So often, our hands are busy with other chores. Then I wipe down the counters and tables until the surfaces are clean and shiny. I sweep the dirty floor and notice that there's a few dried spills. I stop to wipe them up, and then decide that a good mate would just mop the entire floor. I'm proudly eyeing a gleaming, slick floor when I hear Ridge whimpering from his nursery. I wash my hands quickly, thinking that at least I've made a good start. Then I scurry off to fetch my son, peeking my head in through the cracked door to check on him. "Hey there, buddy," I coo, still amazed at how he turns his head at the sound of my voice. I wonder if he even remembers the orphanage anymore, or if he already feels as if I've been his dad forever. I pick him up, holding him in my arms. After a brief diaper change, we head to the kitchen for a snack. I'm entertaining him by showing him random objects around the house and telling him what they're for when Brenna comes home. "Everything okay?" I ask hesitantly, not sure why she's acting so bizarrely all of a sudden. She nods, then bites her lip. "I went to Bonnie," she admits. I swallow hard, my nerves on edge. "Bonnie?" I reply anxiously, worried about what she might say next. "Is she sick? Is it serious?" I can feel the blood draining from my face, waiting for her to continue. "I'm pregnant." I stare at her, stupefied as the words wash over me. "You're pregnant?" I echo. It takes me a minute, still trying to process it. "I thought you were going to say you were dying." Then the full meaning sinks in. I begin to realize that not only does she not have bad news, but she also actually has some terrific news. I turn to look at Ridge, still in my arms, with a big beaming smile on my face. "Do you hear that, buddy? You're going to be a big brother." I gently tickle his belly, making him giggle. Then I rush to Brenna, wrapping one arm around her in the closest thing I can manage to a hug. She giggles, but her laugh has a tinge of nervousness. "So, you're happy?" she asks. I take a step back, staring at her once more. This time, it's surprise on my features, not shock. "Of course, I'm happy. Aren't you happy?" "Of course I'm happy," she retorts. "Then everybody's happy? What's the problem?" I ask, genuinely not understanding. She giggles again and hugs me and Ridge tight. "I guess I was just worried that it might be a bit much for you. We adopt a baby, and now I'm pregnant with another baby. That's a lot of babies." I can feel her mouth moving against my neck as she forms the words. I give her a reassuring squeeze, then move my head so that I can look deep into her eyes. "Ridge has brought me so much happiness," I say carefully, wanting to be clear. "And now we will have twice the happiness. Whatever way our family comes together, it's perfect, because it's with you. She grins, looking truly excited now that I have put her mind at ease. That's how I feel, she admits. I mean, I didn't necessarily expect 2 babies right in a row, but it feels like a fun adventure. Like our path isn't the same as anyone else's, but it's still going to be terrific. Absolutely, I agree, kissing her nose tenderly. It's going to be terrific. Chapter 31. Vhala. Do you think these reports are accurate? Loki says from across the table. Roz stares at him. What do you mean? He responds. sighs. Just because you're hearing other clans say that this settlement is trafficking humans doesn't make it true. You get that, right? Roz looks annoyed. Yes, he replies sharply, his features pinched. Now it's Loki's turn to sigh. That's all we're asking, he says gently. The sources that are telling you there's human trafficking, do you believe them? We trust you, Roz, so we're going off whatever you say here. Roz seems somewhat mollified by this and takes a moment to think it over. Honestly, he finally replies, I don't know. Enzo looks like he's ready to jump out of his seat and club every person at this table. And honestly, I can't totally blame him. He's an impatient orc, wants everything to be yes or no, good or bad, right away. There's no room for nuance with Enzo, who sees life in such definitively violent shades of black and white. I don't agree with him, but I can understand his frustration. I wait calmly for a more conclusive response before I make a statement. I've been called to many of these private meetings, and I know the value of waiting for my turn to speak. Letting emotions go unchecked is rarely, if ever, helpful. Let's go back to the beginning, Yurish growls. What is this orc base supposedly doing? Don't say human trafficking. No one here knows what the hell that is. Just say the damn thing. Roz takes a deep breath. Because we're known as being kind to humans, a few human settlements have told me that there's an orc base where they're using humans as slaves. They force them to do things against their will. They trade them around as if they own them, and they don't recognize their right to self-determination. Humans are viewed as property, not living creatures. Roz shakes his head before he finishes. I think they don't have the power or the strength to do anything about it, but they hope that we will. To me, that's perhaps the most disturbing part. We're quite open-minded to humans here, but most other settlements aren't. If this orc clan is doing things to the humans that even other settlements agree is wrong, it must be truly, inexorably deplorable by our standards. We're normally the first ones to raise the flag of injustice, so if other clans have noticed, it makes my gut churn to wonder just how bad things are. One of the elders frowns. Are they making humans slaves? Or do these human settlements just not understand the difference between humans and orcs? He queries. I mean, just because humans have jobs doesn't make them slaves. Bonnie is a doctor, but I don't think anyone would consider her a slave. Glowers, clearly not appreciating the comparison. They better not while I'm around, he threatens. The elder holds up his hand defensively, as if to show he's simply making a point and means no harm. Roz clears his throat. Well, to be fair, I've heard the same thing from some orcs. So, I don't think this is just a matter of cultural differences. Both humans and orcs are starting to show concerns about how these humans are being treated, which is why they're coming to us. Enzo shakes his head. In other words, our leadership is best known for being soft on humans. Loki stares at him, clearly surprised by the personal attack. Are you saying you don't think we have any obligation to help these humans if they need it? Enzo hesitates, clearly put on the spot. It's obvious to all of us that he desperately wants to contradict Loki. He always wants to contradict Loki, and he'll do just about anything to call into question Loki's leadership abilities. But, at least in this case, the only thing that Enzo has at his disposal is to argue that the humans should fend for themselves. And that's not something that Enzo is emotionally prepared for, as he's mated with Carissa, and they have a half-human / half-orc baby named Willow together. No matter how much Enzo wishes that he could knock Loki for being soft on humans, Enzo is just as soft these days. He doesn't have a leg to stand on, and he damn well knows it. So he just simmers down into a dark, glowering mass, his arms folded in irritation as he sulks. Loki looks around the room. He knows that he's effectively shut up Enzo, but he still wants to hear what everyone else thinks. Sending a team to liberate these humans may prove very difficult, and Loki's the kind of gentle leader who doesn't want to step out of order from what his people expect. Yurish, and I look at each other uncertainly. None of us were originally on the human side, but we all now have human mates. And this, of course, makes us less than impartial to this question. Of course, maybe that's the way that it should be, I think to myself. I wouldn't have cared if humans were being treated as slaves before. But now that I see Brenna for who she is, I understand why that was wrong. I know better now, but I had to get to know her to understand. Maybe that's the normal order of things. We can't appreciate someone who is different from us until we learn more about them. Now that we see all that the humans we love have to offer, it's hard to imagine letting other humans suffer. The other elders don't seem to share our conviction, but they do their best to hide it. I can see from their point of view why it might be hard for them to come right out and say, "Screw the humans." They're talking to a group of orcs with human wives, after all. Elders are notoriously old-fashioned, but they're also notoriously politically correct. I think we need to decide what exactly we consider to be human slave trading, one offers. Another settlement might say that, meaning something different than what we think of to hear those words. That's fair, agrees Loki. And we should check it out for ourselves, a different elder speaks up. We can only know if we need to intervene by seeing what exactly the situation is. I'm not saying we can't help the humans, I just think we should be cautious and make sure our help is warranted. Yurish, and I exchange another look, and I know that we're all thinking the same thing. If there really is something inappropriate going on with these humans, it won't be a matter of whether or not our help is warranted. They won't be able to beat us off with a stick, even if they want to. I'm not going to let humans become traded around like slaves for the pleasure of some sick orcs. My loyalty to the bad guys isn't any stronger, just because they have the same label as me. Who's going to check it out? Ur cuts in. The elders look a little surprised, and I think they were hoping that we'd drop the whole thing, forget about it. They meant we better check it out in the sense that we'll pretend like we're concerned and leave an open-ended call to deal with it later. But they're dealing with the wrong sort of orcs for that. Even Enzo can't resist getting involved once more. If you give a damn about the humans here at base, you better have a plan, he warns. They're going to see how much they mean to you, based on how you handle this. Loki rolls his eyes, looking flabbergasted. I'm mated with Mary, he points out. My son is half human. So what are you going to do? Enzo demands stubbornly. Loki sighs, looking around the room. Well, we need someone who already has access to the orc settlement, who can get in without raising any eyebrows and report back on what's really going on. He makes eye contact with each of us, one at a time. It's already been pointed out that our idea of human slaves and theirs might be different, or it could be slightly exaggerated. We need one of our own to get right in there and tell us what's happening behind closed doors. But it needs to be someone they'll trust, someone who doesn't seem out of place there. He pauses, his gaze landing fully on Roz. You've met the settlement, right, Roz? Roz eyes him warily, then nods. Yes. And if you showed up tomorrow, pretending you were there to make some trades, no one would look twice. Right, Roz? Roz sighs. I raise my hand. Yes, Vhala, Loki calls, turning to face me. I nominate Roz to find out what's happening to the humans at the settlement. Mimics me, raising his own hand. I nominate Roz to find out what's happening to the humans at the settlement. Before he can finish, Yurish raises his hand and starts to talk over him. I nominate Roz to go find out what's happening to the humans at the settlement. Enzo clamps his lips together, looking annoyed. But finally, he sputters out, Yeah, obviously, Roz should go. Don't be a dummy, Loki. Ross turns to look around the room, eyebrows raised. His smile is big and easygoing as he gives a light-hearted shrug. Well, guess I better start packing.